hang of it?
Let's see.
Asha, is
Yes,
Jim
sir.
here? Is the congressman here yet?
He is.
Not yet, sir. He said he would. Yes, he is. He said he would arrive between 10:10 and 10:15.
All right, we'll get
So go ahead.
there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully the building is handicap accessible. Yeah. It's quite a nice spread they have here. I haven't been here for years. Probably, I think when I was last at the CFR was somewhere else.
So you taking some stuff for
A little bit, but I don't
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Working. Do we have any audio here?
jump
Loud and clear? Well, thank you.
We're good. This is
So a couple of people woke up saying, yes, we're loud and clear. Thank you for joining us.
mostly
We want to thank everyone for joining us today. In particular, thanks to the Council on Foreign Relations for their hospitality. We appreciate the opportunity to use this venue to engage in some, we think, very appropriate, not long overdue, but very appropriate discussions as we continue our work with the Biodefense panel. When the Blue Ribbon Study Panel on Biodefense released our national blueprint for biodefense in 2015, we were pretty focused. We knew exactly what our priorities were, and frankly, at the outset, with the appreciation for what the military had been doing and was doing in the area of biodefense, we didn't pay as much attention to them, not that we were ignoring them, but we really focused on some other agencies and some other responsibilities within the federal government. We recognize the important role played by the military. We issued but one recommendation to address the military-civilian interactions for biodefense, and we included DoD and various other recommendations where it was clear to us that several departments needed to take action together in this field. And I think everybody on this panel will tell you getting independent, disparate agencies or groups in D.C. to collaborate, talk with one another, communicate, and work together, that's always a challenge, whether it's biodefense or anything else. We decided at that time to put more of our initial efforts toward improving the civilian side of the biodefense enterprise. We thought the military was better prepared, at least at that time, than its civilian counterparts, and while we didn't think they were doing everything they possibly could do, they were doing more, and we felt they were doing it more efficiently than just about anybody else. But we always intended to revisit and further examine the military's efforts to defend against biological attacks and the sorts of naturally occurring diseases that could bring this nation down. You're probably aware that a number of veterans serve on this panel, on our staff, myself included. Some of us know what it is to ground the pound. Some of us who are in the Air Force know about air conditioning.
Love it. Smart.
Same team, same fight. Wear the uniform of the same country. We always feel that way. And we feel very strongly, as veterans, we need to do everything we can to make sure that today's warfighters have the tools they need to identify the biological threats before the attack occurs, to fulfill their arms control, counterproliferation, and non-proliferation missions, to detect accurately biological agents used against them, to protect themselves from biological attacks and to fight their way through biologically contaminated areas, at the same time maintaining their operational strength. A lot of attention is paid to bioterrorism and pandemics and the serious toll they could have on our civilian population, and rightly so. But it would be illogical, unrealistic, and improper to expect that biological weapons would never be used against our military or our nation, of which our military is such a significant part. So we're glad to have Derek Dirk Maurer, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction. He'll be with us later today. We're going to talk about DoD's biodefense policies. We're interested in their priorities and their force protection requirements. And we look forward to hearing what they think are the most important biological priorities when it comes to countering biological WMD. Clearly, the department has made unparalleled investments in biological research and technology. We will engage with Dr. Chris Hassel, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Chemical and Biological Defense, about the department's biological research and development programs in partnership with civilian agencies. You get the drill. It's partnership with DoD with civilian agencies, partnership DoD with other federal agencies. It's critically important to drill down and see what the nature of the collaboration is. It's no secret that our panel wants the Department of Homeland Security's BioWatch program to function as intended, or frankly, as this panel has said, we just want it to function at all. We don't think DHS can get it done without DoD's help. We look forward to hearing from Dr. Justin Sanchez. He's here from DARPA, or Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. They've been doing some very interesting things within that arena to combat the biological threats of tomorrow with the investment in breakthrough technologies of today. So we're anxious to learn more, particularly about synthetic pathogens. I want to thank all of our federal and non-federal speakers for coming and spending their time with us today. And before we move on with the program, it's always my great pleasure to introduce my friend, man for whom I have great admiration and respect, my co-chair, Senator Joe Lieberman. Senator.
Well, thank you, Governor Tom. Great to be back with this group and proud of what we have been able to do in the time we've been together. We have a new member. This is a small, tight, bipartisan commission of 6. The real brain power, as you can see, is down there. We depend on them. We all reached a blood agreement when we started that the only reason that we would each serve for life on this panel, or until the funding for the panel ran out, or unless you were called to a higher purpose. And the 6th member, Donna Shalala, wonderfully got elected to Congress last November. So we'll miss her. We're very proud of her that she has this opportunity in a really extraordinary career of public service to now be a fresh woman in Congress. And I consider her to be very young and vital. Though we'll miss her, we know with confidence that she will not only do a great job in Congress generally, but she'll be an informed leader on questions related to biodefense. We're really fortunate to take this place, and the competition for this position is probably as intense as for the Academy Awards this year, Lisa. But I'm proud to say that really our top choice, Lisa Monaco, is joining us as our 6th member now. Former Homeland Security and counterterrorism advisor, worked on Capitol Hill, worked in the Department of Justice, and eventually, some might say inevitably, worked in the White House. While serving as Homeland Security advisor to President Obama, Lisa was deeply involved in our government's response to the Ebola crisis in West Africa, which is the other part of our focus. We define biodefense to mean both defense against bioterrorist attack, but also against naturally occurring infectious disease pandemics, which in their devastating way, can be even more deadly than a bioterrorist attack. So, Lisa, we're really excited to add your experience and your expertise to the panel, and glad that you also help us to keep our bipartisan balance. Anyway, thank you. I'll get back to you in a minute. I want to say, just by way of general introduction to this morning, since the panel released its blueprint for biodefense in 2015, which contained a number of recommendations, I'm really pleased that several of them have actually been implemented, and the one that's probably the most important as a baseline is that the Trump administration did produce, as required by law, that we recommended, a comprehensive national biodefense strategy that was produced last September. The strategy offers what I think is a good big first step in getting federal biodefense efforts coordinated, as Governor Ridge said, and on track, though work obviously remains to be done. Our country still needs a comprehensive and well-organized implementation process among federal partners with assigned timelines and responsibilities. And as always, leadership is going to be a key. So I look forward, as Tom said, to discussing the role today that the Department of Defense does and can have in implementing their part of our proposed now implemented National Biodefense Strategy. Coordination between military and civilian biodefense programs and activities is critical in preventing biological attacks and responding to them. Again, both the terrorist attacks and infectious disease outbreaks. I'm going to just mention a few of the other witnesses we have today that Tom did not mention. One is Dr. Dan Gerstein, former Deputy Undersecretary of Science and Technology at the Department of Homeland Security and former Principal Director for Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction within the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Dan's been here before. He's, insofar as this panel is concerned, is a recidivist. We're glad to have him returning. We benefited from your perspective, Dan, on the Biological Weapons Convention and look forward to getting your take on military biodefense considerations today. I'm also glad to welcome Deborah Schnell, a former senior medical planner for weapons of mass destruction in the U.S. Army and former delegate to the NATO Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Medical Working Group. So with the governor, I thank all of our witnesses today for their participation, for their service, and look forward to their testimony. And now, Lisa, it seems appropriate that we ask you if you have a few words you'd like to say on joining our group.
Thank you very much, Senator, and thank you, Governor Ridge. I want to thank our co-chairs of the panel for their opening remarks and just say I am tremendously honored and really delighted to be joining this bipartisan group of some colleagues who I've worked with in the past and new colleagues that I'm excited to work with going forward. These issues, as Governor Ridge and Senator Lieberman indicated, have been of tremendous interest and focus for me in my government career, most recently at the White House. And so I'm really excited to continue to focus on these issues and to work with this panel. Based on my prior experience, I think there's a number of lessons we can learn about governance of federal efforts on bio threats, both naturally occurring and man-made, on harnessing innovation, on working and partnering, and I think Governor Ridge made the important emphasis on partnership with the private sector, with state and local authorities, and other stakeholders. So I look forward to contributing to the work of the panel, and I think today's lineup of participants is a very important one, and this focus for today on the Defense Department's important role and contributions to this effort is a very good place to start, and I'm excited to roll up my sleeves and contribute to the panel. Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else, Senator?
No.
From you,
I don't know if any of the other members of the panel want to offer some opening remarks.
Ken?
I'll just very briefly, if I may, just at the risk of tooting Lisa's horn anymore here, I just want to welcome her on behalf of all of us, but particularly on behalf of myself. Lisa and I go back many years, decades actually, and have...
She looks a lot younger than you, though.
She is. She was about, I was about 42 when we started working together 20 years ago. But she and I have had very similar careers in the Justice Department, going up through the White House, both had the same job in the White House, and have had very similar interests and passions throughout our careers. And I can't think of anybody better suited for this panel. She has proven herself throughout her career as being incredibly thoughtful about the issues facing our country, and particularly the threats facing our country. fair in her assessment of the situation, and then very collegial, working well with everybody, and just sort of relentlessly laser focused on what is best for the country regardless of politics, and I think that description of her fits the description of this panel. So I think it's an absolute perfect fit to have her as part of this group, and really look forward to working with her.
Thanks, Ken.
I dare say I don't think any of my colleagues can offer higher or better praise, but if anybody wants to try, go ahead. Senator?
I see that my colleague, Senator Congressman Langevin, has arrived, so I will forego what otherwise would have been brilliant opening remarks.
Well, we're going to call our first witness and a friend of the panel's, Congressman, would you care to join us? Thank you. On behalf of the panel, we want to welcome our friend, colleague, Representative Jim Langevin, and he's kind enough to join us again. He's been working with us since the inception of this organization, this Blue Ribbon Panel. Or we call on him from time to time to give us his perspective and his insights. So we're glad to welcome him back again to provide his perspective on the biological threat and its importance to the military. Now, we have a pretty crack staff here, ladies and gentlemen, probably better than most people would imagine. We're always looking for a connection between what the speaker's doing and biodefense. And let me tell you this. It seems that Rhode Island, hold on to your seats, may have been way ahead of the country and the other states when it comes to biological attacks, particularly on transportation systems. Apparently, Rhode Island actually has a law on the books. Now, be careful when you tread up there. It is illegal to throw pickle juice on a trolley. So you need to understand that. The congressman has been a staunch leader and a champion for biodefense in Congress for well over a decade. And thanks in no small part to his engagement, we finally saw the release of the National Biodefense Strategy last September. If you also permit me a personal note of gratitude and thanks, I happen to chair the National Organization on Disability. If you got a disability, we're for you, and we want you to put you to work. It's out in New York City, and I don't think we've got a better champion for NOD and the rights, civil rights, human rights of people with disabilities than the congressman. So just a personal thank you for all you do, not only for the panel, but for NOD and people with disabilities.
Thanks, Governor. That certainly goes both ways. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now, just recently, Jim was named chairman of the Intelligence, Emerging Threats, and Capabilities Subcommittee on the House Armed Services Committee. I think we should congratulate you on that appointment, but it's a lot of heavy lifting. They're giving it to a good man. So we look forward to working with you and your staff in the coming Congress to further strengthen the national biodefense enterprise. So again, we are most grateful for your presence, anxious to hear from you, learn from your perspective, and then obviously my colleagues will engage you in a conversation after your testimony. So thank you very much, Congressman.
Sounds good, Governor. Thank you very much for the introduction and the opportunity to join you here once again for the Blue Ribbon panel. I want to thank you and Senator Lieberman for your extraordinary leadership and dedication to this topic, and the members of the commission itself. Obviously, a very distinguished panel, and I am grateful for your efforts, time and attention you're putting on this very important topic, hopefully so that we can get out ahead of the bad thing ever happening and do everything we can to prevent it. We understand how real these threats are, but certainly a distinguished panel, and could not have better expertise, people in the know of how best to craft this type of a strategy and how best to implement it going forward. So I thank you for that. Special hello to my one of my former staffers, Asha George, who helped launch my foray into biodefense. So thank you again, Asha, as well. So I have some prepared remarks, and then I'd love to take your questions. But again, my deep appreciation to all of you for your commitment to this topic and for your years of dedicated public service to our nation. We are all grateful in your debt. So, Chairman Ridge, Chairman Lieberman, I want to thank you for having me back, testify before you once again. I've been a big fan of the Blue Ribbon Study Panel on biodefense since its inception, and I'm honored to be with you again here today. Biodefense continues to be an area of focus for the subcommittee on intelligence and emerging threats and capabilities. In my role as chairman of IETC, I will continue to evaluate and elevate the conversation surrounding this issue and to promote sensible, robust national biodefense policies wherever possible. As you know, many state and non-state actors seek to develop, proliferate, acquire, and use weapons of mass destruction against our service members and allies, and against innocent civilians, both both overseas and here at home. Most are familiar with the fact that Syrian pro-regime forces and ISIS consider the use of chemical weapons on civilian populations as advantageous to achieving tactical and strategic objectives. And while less prevalent in the news, emerging capabilities in biotechnology may allow individuals with nefarious intent to produce biological agents at a scope and scale not yet encountered. We must also consider the risk of countries without legal or ethical restrictions using advanced technologies like CRISPR to edit genes or conduct targeted assassinations. As we saw with the poisoning of the Skripals, the motive is clearly there already with respect to the use of chemical weapons. The Department of Defense has taken some initial steps towards viable risk mitigation and innovative solutions since it released its strategy for CWMD in 2014. In 2017, Special Operations Command was designated the coordinating authority for CWMD. Since that time, the command has been leveraging best practices from its traditional missions and lessons learned in its role as the CA for countering violent extremism and to reinvigorate and integrate CWMD awareness, planning, capacity, and capability across DoD and with the interagency. The administration has also released the first ever National Biodefense Strategy, a requirement that I worked to include in the National Defense Authorization Act of 2017. Without thinking about a strategy, we risk flying blind or at best working in silos, and I'm pleased that this document represents a coordinated effort between outside experts and the interagency to develop metrics for success, thereby improving our oversight capabilities. So biodefense is a uniquely challenging field. As the work of this panel has highlighted, complex lines of communication, the necessity of responses both from civil government and the private sector, unlikelihood of an attack warning, difficulty in crafting countermeasures, and so much more. Most importantly, biological agents, once released, know no boundaries. So those in this room clearly understand the breadth and the enterprise that efficiencies will be found with improved integration across the various stakeholders. Outside of DoD's chemical and biological defense program, the Department of Health and Human Services, Agriculture, Homeland Security, and the Food and Drug Administration each have a role, and each has their own specialties, capabilities, and responsibilities in addressing biothreats, preparedness, and response. Moreover, given the difficulty and time requirements of developing effective countermeasures for biological weapons, we recognize the critical role of the intelligence community in identifying potential threats. Obviously, we all recognize that good intelligence will always be the pointy tip of the spear. While some fragmentation may be helpful, biosurveillance and countermeasures are certainly not the same functions. A lack of holistic integration can lead to duplicative efforts or worse, capability gaps. So any robust biodefense strategy implementation plan will require a whole of government approach to drive investment and buy-in across the full spectrum of biodefense activities: prevention, deterrence, preparedness, surveillance, detection, response, attribution, recovery, and mitigation. So solutions will also require long-term investment in science and technology, which can provide better capabilities to our warfighters and our law enforcement professionals. We cannot allow these budgets to decrease, and I remain committed to protecting and enhancing those efforts. Furthermore, I've long been an advocate for cybersecurity and believe that it must be a key component of our nation's strategies going forward. I was pleased to see that this panel included recommendations pertaining to the management of cyber threats to pathogen and biology information, and will continue to stress the importance of implementing this recommendation across the whole of government. So my subcommittee evaluates the unique and dangerous threats posed by WMD regularly, and we understand how critical it is to have a coherent, common sense strategy in place. This is why IETC has stepped up oversight of the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program. ISIS has freedom of movement across large swaths of the Middle East, near our regional partners like Jordan, and where our troops are stationed. Improving our foreign partners' capability to secure and dispose of WMD materials is in the best interest of our troops, our allies, innocent civilians, and ultimately the homeland. There can be no doubt that there is much work to be done to strengthen CWMD policy, programs, and preparedness. Today's headlines outline how real chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats are and how widespread their impact can be. These threats, man-made or otherwise, include ISIS's aspirations to acquire and use chemical weapons, North Korea's provocative missile tests and development, and the global impact of diseases like Ebola. So we must continue to push this dialogue forward, not just in the defense community, but also in the halls of Congress as well. I believe that my colleagues understand the threats that we face today better than they did 10 years ago. But it is on us to further those discussions within Congress, ask for briefings from the defense and intelligence communities, and stay on top of this threat. Evaluate and debate the guidance and advice put forward by experts such as yourselves here on this panel, and provide the resources necessary to keep our nation out of harm's way. So that's just a brief overview from my vantage point, and so much more involved in this topic, but I want to thank you again for inviting me to participate in the panel and for your dedication to this critical issue. I deeply admire the work that you are doing. It's a great contribution to moving our nation to a place where we will be safer and more secure, and we are indebted for your efforts. So with that, again, thank you for having me here today, and I would be glad to take your questions.
Do you want to start? You want to start?
Go right ahead.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Congressman. A couple quick questions, and I'll probably get back at you. I don't want to dominate. Do you anticipate, as a subcommittee chair, in the near future, being briefed, probably in private session, by the intelligence community on emerging biothreats? Had that briefing?
We haven't set such a briefing up, but surely that will be in the works. Whether it's on armed services, where I sit and chair the subcommittee, or on the Homeland Security.
Okay. I noticed, and I was actually wondering if this was your initiative. It sounded like it's something that you would do, being the forward-leaning person that you are. There was an article on North Korea's bioweapons program. Everybody's worried about their nuclear capability, but it said the Comptroller General of the United States, after request from the House Armed Services Committee, is currently conducting an evaluation of military preparedness for germ attacks. As someone observed, if you're a country that feels generally outclassed in conventional weapons, and this is across the board, a lethal microbe, such as anthrax, might seem like a good way to create an outsized amount of damage. Do you have any idea when you'll receive that evaluation of military preparedness to deal? I mean, we know some of our troops in certain areas have been vaccinated for smallpox and anthrax and things of that sort. Do you have any time frame there?
I don't recall when the requirement was supposed to be reported back to Congress, but it's something that we will follow up, and I believe it's going to be within the year, if I recall correctly. But that's something that we got to make sure that our troops are going to be adequately prepared and protected, and so that's something that we'll be following up on.
I appreciate that. Just one final note or request. We know how effective DARPA is and all the extraordinary work they do, and we're going to have some testimony from within that organization later today. I guess my hope as a member of the panel, and I do think I could speak for members of the panel completely, to the extent that DARPA, without conveying any top military secrets, can begin sharing some of the research with other federal agencies or in the civilian sector so we could more effectively and more expeditiously enhance our defense for bioweapons. I just hope we just plant that seed, and if they have an opportunity to engage DARPA on that very issue, encourage them to do so. And I think it's critically important. I mean, one of the things that we've been concerned about, and it is not unique to DOD, but it's unique to this town, agencies sometimes are reluctant to share what they're doing with other agencies for whatever reason it exists. And I just hope as the subcommittee chair on emerging threats, you can encourage them to be a little bit more forthcoming in sharing information, and I appreciate that.
I just had the deputy director of DARPA in my office about a week and a half ago, and this, among many other topics, was something that we discussed. And look, DARPA was created to avoid strategic surprise right after the Sputnik was launched, and they've done an extraordinary job of investing in those high-risk, high-payoff technologies, and certainly this is part of looking at biodefenses, biotechnologies, and detections is something that is part of their mission, and so and also they are I know very much interested. I'm very much interested in the technologies that they develop, transitioning them out of the lab as quickly as possible and getting them into the hands of the warfighter, and so getting this in the hands of our civilian personnel or our military to better protect soldiers in the field or to better protect the homeland is in all of it's in the national interest, and we will make sure that we continue to make that point and press that home.
Yeah, we've had some testimony here about them trying to, frankly, jettison the old BioWatch and build 2.0 or 3.0. We suspect that DARPA probably has a better plan. I mean, if you have to detect the biological agent on the battlefield, you might have, whatever that technology is, may have some application, broader application in the civilian field. That's the kind of collaboration that we're really interested in encouraging. So I appreciate your testimony. Senator Lieberman?
Thanks, Governor. Congressman, thanks so much for being here. Thanks. It's great to see you again.
You too.
And good to have the opportunity to work with you on this question of biodefense. I should get a mention here of a third service. Our friendship, which is a deep one, no pun intended, but not bad, was formed through our shared love for submarines. We get the connection to the deep now. And yeah, and the best submarines in the world happen to be made in Rhode Island and Connecticut. But passing over that, which is important to our security anyway.
We're very proud of our
It's a
submarines.
pleasure to work with you. And, we came together as a bipartisan group to investigate first the problem of biodefense, to see the biological threat, to see whether it was real, and then to become advocates for improving it. I'm proud of the various proposals, beginning with the blueprint we put together, but we also made a commitment to each other from the outset that we were going to do everything we possibly could to make sure that this was not another panel or commission that produced a report and went on a shelf and was never heard from again. And you have played a really critical role in making sure that that did not happen to our report through your own prioritization of the need to improve our biodefenses, and particularly really critical work you did in getting the National Biodefense Strategy into the National Defense Authorization Act. So first I wanted to thank you. And that explains, apart from our friendship with you and our pride that you are now chairman of the Intelligence, Emerging Threats, and Capability Subcommittee for House Armed Services, why we were so thrilled, because you understand this problem of the biological threat. So you touched on this some in your opening statement. I wanted to ask you if you wanted to be a little more detailed about what you hope the subcommittee can accomplish in this session of Congress with regard to the bioterrorist threat, biological threat, and biodefense generally.
Well, the degree possible, I want to make sure that we're taking a whole of government approach to the developing biodefenses, surveillance, detection, and then response, making sure that we're eliminating duplication of effort, that every dollar that we are investing is being maximized, and again, avoiding that duplication that can siphon off effort and dilute effort and prevent us from investing in other areas that haven't been properly resourced. So it'll be a continued focus that we will have. What I'm determined will not happen is I don't want it to be said the bad thing occurs and there was a lack of imagination, if you will, to this potential of this type of an attack ever happening. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that it never happens and getting out ahead of it and trying to determine where the threats are, what they are, and trying to mitigate them wherever we can. That is our goal. And I don't want this to be any stone left unturned. There is something that can, or the whole government effort can be brought to bear. That's what we need to do.
Okay, that's good to hear. Governor Ridge asked you about the threats, excuse me, particularly the possibility of probability, maybe of the North Koreans developing a bioterrorist capability. To the extent that you can in this open setting, just for both for the record and for people who are watching as we stream this, is the bioterrorist, the biological threat real? And assuming, which I know you believe it is, what are the most serious elements of that threat to the U.S. in the years ahead?
Well, I believe the biothreat is absolutely real, and it's one of those asymmetric weapons that an adversary can use to inflict large-scale casualties, loss of life, on a scale equivalent only to perhaps use of nuclear weapons, sadly. And so it's something we have to take seriously. There are obviously, as with, I make this a point a lot of times with on the cyber issue. Right now, the worst weapons are in the hands of nation states that have the capabilities, but not necessarily the will to use them. But then there are terrorist organizations that have the will, but not the weapons. And it always has worried me in those use of those asymmetric weapons when that divide will be bridged. And this weapons falls clearly in that category as well. And
right. So you'd say the threat is both, the biological threat is both from nation states
or terrorist organizations.
Or terrorist organizations.
Yeah,
Okay.
who clearly want to invest in develop. And look, it's important to remember that the sympathizers of Al-Qaeda or ISIS are not not just uneducated people that are just known for fighting. Many of the sympathizers and the supporters are PhDs and highly educated, and we ignore their ability to potentially develop a bioweapons capability. We ignore that at our own peril.
I agree. I must say for myself, and obviously we're all affected by the anthrax attacks on Capitol Hill, and also including in Connecticut, after 9/11, that as I look back, I'm surprised and grateful, of course, that we haven't been hit harder by our enemies with biological weapons. But of course, that doesn't mean they're not prepared and might not someday try to do that. I want to ask one last question about, you mentioned the critical importance in this biodefense effort of intelligence. As you know, I think one of the action items we recommended was that the Director of National Intelligence create a National Intelligence Manager for biological threats and ensure that this NIM, as they call them, interacts appropriately with other NIMs who address some aspect of the biological threat. That we asked that the DNI make the new biological intelligence manager the executive agent for distributing funds for biological intelligence activities, which would mean transferring that responsibility from the CIA now to the new NIM. I wonder if you have any thoughts about that specifically, or more generally, as I think you referenced in your opening statement, the need to coordinate intelligence activities with regard to biological threats.
Well, I think a person that would coordinate intelligence for the IC, it's something worth exploring and looking at. The biodefense coordinator, as I recall, the exact title was eliminated at the White House. So that was a mistake.
Right.
It was put under the WMD czar, if you will. I think we need to have that the coordinator's position reinstated there, again, going at the whole of government approach to begin with, not just under the WMD czar, but biodefense coordinator at the White House be reinstated, and that is a first step, and certainly looking at perhaps a specific person under the DNI that's worth exploring. But I'd have to give that certainly more thought. But
Sure.
Certainly having a whole of government approach coordinated at the NSC is essential as well.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Governor.
Senator Dassel?
Congressman, I join my colleagues in thanking you for your commitment and your leadership and your insights again this morning. I would note that tonight is the State of the Union message, and would also note that we've just experienced the longest shutdown in the history of our country. And I guess that leads me to ask the question that you certainly can answer with some authority. To what extent do you believe there is an opportunity for real bipartisan consensus in this otherwise dysfunctional and confrontational environment within which you are working each day? What opportunities are there for meaningful cross-party line work to make this a higher priority than there is today? Have you had experiences this year so far, or in recent weeks or months, that would lead you to think that somehow on a bipartisan basis we could actually do something?
You know, Senator, you raised an important point, and I want the American people to know that despite the divisiveness in Congress and the hyper-partisanship that exists today in government and really across the country, and the political divides have ever been greater, and I've seen them getting worse in the time that going on now in my 19th year in Congress. The partisanship has never been, I don't think it's ever been worse, at least in my time there. But the American people should be encouraged to know that when it does come to national security issues, protecting the homeland, there is incredible bipartisan work and coordination that occurs every day. It doesn't always get the headlines, but it's one of the reasons why I love my work on both Armed Services Committee and Homeland Security Committee. If you're ever going to find bipartisanship, it's going to be when it comes to the issue of protecting the country. And so there's far more agreement than there is disagreement on national security issues. You see that in the NDAA that is passed every year for more than the last 50 years, that the work gets done. And the last NDAA, I'll note, passed, as I recall, 60-something votes to 1. And so when it comes to supporting our troops, when it comes to protecting our nation and the American people, there's great coordination, collaboration that happens. So I have no doubt that there will be that same level of coordination and bipartisan cooperation when it comes to developing a coherent and strategic biodefense strategy as well and response.
Oh, that's very encouraging. Thank you for that answer. Let me ask if that's the environment you're working in, which would be certainly unusual. To what extent is there a clear consensus with the release last year of the National Biodefense Strategy around the key priorities following that release and following the organizational blueprint that we now have? To what extent are you confident that, given this new environment on a bipartisan basis for meaningful opportunities to work together, is there a consensus around the 2 or 3 key priorities following on to the National Defense Strategy that you can focus on, and if so, what would they be?
You know, I would say the next thing would be developing metrics to understand what what works and what doesn't. What do we need to do and understand what implementing the strategy will mean, and what's going to yield a responsible return on investment, if you will. What's going to be the best strategies going forward? So developing those metrics to know truly where should we be investing our next dollar in biodefense strategy and detection programs and response. Those will be the things I think that will be most helpful.
You didn't mention one that is, I think, near and dear to the hearts of everybody here on the panel, and that is the critical importance of multi-year funding. Is there any possibility this year that we could see greater support? If we have the kind of bipartisan environment that you're describing and a recognition of the need for priorities, where would you see multi-year funding lie in terms of those priorities?
Sure. We all know that appropriators don't necessarily like to always look at multi-year funding, but I think it's essential in something like this. And by the way, I'm a big believer in multi-year funding, and I, along with my then colleague from Connecticut, Rob Simmons, changed the way we buy and build submarines. The Congress had never done multi-year contracting for submarines, and as a result, we now get a better bang for our buck. And so, again, I don't want to get too far afield from the topic here, but again, I believe in multi-year funding. I think it's great when we can lay down investment and have a clear strategy and invest those dollars wisely so that we show consistency. And by the way, that comes on when it comes to developing biodefenses and the type of pharmaceuticals that develop, the compounds that we develop for guarding against a bioweapons attack. So those types of investments are invaluable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jim?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning.
Good to see you again.
The Armed Services Committee rightly spends most of its focus, obviously, on military threats, but it, as do we, has responsibility for protecting the nation from pandemic events as well. Last week, I participated in a exercise hosted by the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Some of your colleagues from the Congress were there, and others. Bob Cadlick participated. I was the Speaker of the House for the day. And it was fascinating. We looked at the hypothetical situation was that an uncharacterized virus had appeared in patients in Germany and then in Venezuela, and then we were to advise the president as to what to do. By the time we were finished, there were 20 million Americans dead. And that is not a fanciful and impossible situation. So I wonder if you could just share with us your thoughts in your new role, if you've had time to even contemplate this yet, what you might foresee for the subcommittee in terms of oversight of our capabilities, particularly the military's role in protecting the nation in the event of such an outbreak.
So the first will be focus on detection and understanding where we can invest in more effective capabilities that if that day ever came, that we would have very rapid situational awareness, and then having an adequate response plan. How do we get countermeasures deployed as quickly as possible? So obviously there would be plans in place, and if I'm answering your question the way you're looking for, tell me if I'm not. But surveillance quickly, and then having developed and deploying those countermeasures as quickly and effectively as possible. And that, by the way, comes in working both this whole government approach. It's not just government, but the civil government, private sector working in partnership. And so that's everything from, how do you rapidly distribute countermeasures? How do you have them pre-positioned wherever possible? How do you have them developed and stored so that if we needed to access a national stockpile, that is there? All these things need to be thought of and planned ahead and exercised. So, and if obviously the local governments get overwhelmed, they're going to call in resources from the federal government, be DHS, Department of Health and Human Services. All of these things have to be well thought out and coordinated. And how do we? And that's, by the way, private sector. Do we utilize even our private sector carriers and all the mail service to deploy countermeasures? All of these things need to be thought of and properly planned. I know that the report, the commission has thought of these things as well.
Thank you. Similarly, the committee, I'm sure, focuses primarily on thinking through our preparedness with regard to conventional weapons, nuclear weapons, and military weapons of those kinds. Do you feel that your colleagues on the subcommittee and the committee are fully cognizant of the threats to warfighters from potential biological attacks?
Well, I think they have a general understanding that it's certainly a possibility, but it's going to be up to all of us to constantly have that as a reminder and refresh ourselves on the threat. We don't do briefings or hearings on this topic. It's easy to get distracted, I'm sure, for members on other topics. So certainly as chairman, I see that as a responsibility to keep this issue front and center, and I most certainly will.
I think it's similarly critical that your colleagues be thinking about what would happen in the events of a pandemic in terms of its effect on our military personnel and their ability to do their jobs with a significant number of them perhaps out of commission. Thank you.
Right. Whether it's something that occurs, by the way, that's man-made, an attack, or something that's naturally occurring, influenza, by way of example. Many of these things, these capabilities that we developed are multi-purpose. So responding to in a holistic way to any range of threats is in the nation's best interest to be prepared.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks.
Ken? Please.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing again, sir. This has been very enlightening, as was your last appearance. I wanted to follow on from Senator Lieberman's comments, his questions about us, or national manager under the Director of National Intelligence. And that goes to the question of sort of centralizing and coordinating biodefense functions within the executive branch. And that's been a sort of a major focus of ours. In fact, the National Blueprint for Biodefense, our initial publication, I'm sure you have a copy on your nightstand. It's dog-eared. I look at it every night. But it goes into a number of different recommendations, and a lot of them have to do with trying to coordinate all the different aspects of the executive branch that have a piece of the biodefense: military, intelligence, law enforcement, health, very disparate. The other side of the coin, of course, is the oversight function on Capitol Hill, and that suffers from the same problem, that there are pieces of biodefense jurisdiction in countless committees and subcommittees across the Hill. And I know Governor Ridge and I and others have spoken on this issue, and there's been a lot of focus on how to try to coordinate the Homeland Security oversight jurisdiction writ large, but then specifically as to biodefense. I think it's a particular problem because the stronger the oversight, the more focused and integrated the oversight, the more focused and integrated the biodefense effort on the executive branch's side. So long tee up to the question, do you have any thoughts about how Congress, and I know there have been efforts along the way, but how Congress can better marshal its oversight resources and maybe focus them in a fewer number of committees and kind of kickstart that effort so that we can then take advantage of the momentum from the national strategy to try to keep things moving at a greater clip in the future?
Yeah, a great question, and it's one of the frustrations I have on the cybersecurity issue as well.
Yep, exactly.
This is another topic
Same area.
that, at a time where we need to be able to move with greater agility and streamline our oversight, we recognize, and many on this panel clearly understand it better than I do, that the Congress wasn't set up, or the legislative process wasn't set up with speed in mind. The Founding Fathers wanted the process to be slow and deliberative, but on cases where on issues of national security, where we need to have better coordination as well as being able to move with greater agility, we need to recognize a reform process, if you will. And I know that there's an effort right now that Speaker Pelosi has launched. Jim McGovern from Massachusetts is helping to spearhead it, to look at how do we better streamline Congress and align our oversight and responsibilities so that we strike that right balance between doing robust oversight, but being able to move an issue with greater agility and speed when we need to. So it will hopefully the work product they're involved with right now in this review of the workings of Congress and how oversight works, the better off we will be once they've completed their work. But it needs to happen, and there's again a number of topics where we can point to where the process has moved too slow, or just by way of example, too much oversight can also dilute our efforts as well. Just the last thing I'll say is on cybersecurity, there are some 80 different committees and subcommittees that have some type of jurisdiction over cybersecurity. If that many committees, subcommittees can slow down the process of being able to move legislation through Congress that needs to move more quickly, it's going to be difficult to get anything done. So I hope we can see meaningful reform and streamlining in this area as well.
Yeah, that's a sobering example of cyber, where a place where we really need to catch up on lost ground over the years, and just to look at the efforts that executive branch officials who are responsible for the cyber program have to put in to be responsive to 80 different committees.
Right. How do you get anything done?
Takes them away from their day job.
Clearly. Agreed.
Okay, thank you for your thoughtful response.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Good to see you, Congressman.
Great to see you again, too, Lisa. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your work on pushing forward on getting a national biodefense strategy out there, and the requirement you helped shepherd. And thank you also for your work on cybersecurity, obviously something you and I worked together on. And as one of the people accountable to many of those committees, I echo the remarks of my colleague about the need for greater coordination on the cyber side. I want to pick up on a few themes from my colleagues. One is this issue, and you alluded to it in one of your comments, on governance and the need for metrics for what I think the administration should be applauded for, the strategy that they did put forward, a number of very good objectives and sub-objectives in that strategy. But I think the devil is in the details on milestones that you alluded to in terms of your comment on metrics, milestones to achieve those objectives and what does success look like. but very importantly, how and who has the responsibility for really making sure all of those objectives get achieved. So in the strategy, HHS is, of course, given the lead to do this. But do you have a sense of how the administration is actually implementing this and really governing the implementation of this strategy?
No, and that's the question that really needs to be answered. I would expect that if you ask the administration, they would probably say, well, it's going to be the WMD coordinator, or the czar rather, at the NSC. But again, I think it needs to be the previous coordinator position that was eliminated recently. It should probably be the person that is making sure that there's a whole of government approach in reaching across departments and agencies with policy and budgetary authority to see that national strategy is implemented properly. It would be best there as opposed to in the hands of the WMD czar. But if not the coordinator's position reinstated, then there needs to be adequate resource and attention paid by the WMD czar.
Thanks very much. I welcome those comments because I agree with you. The centralized function and shepherding a strategy like that really does need to come from a place, I think, in the White House that can really pull all of the agencies to the table and settle turf disputes
Right,
and the like.
I think it would be a mistake to just assume that it would be O&B that's going to be the coordinator, which is probably the default right now, and that's not a good answer.
Right.
It really needs to be a coordinator that has the policy and budgetary authority to reach across departments and agencies to make sure they're implementing the strategy properly.
Thanks very much, Congressman. I want to ask you another question. Given your expertise and your leadership of the Emerging Threats and Intelligence Subcommittee, last week we heard from the DNI and the leaders of the intelligence community in the worldwide threat assessment, and there was a public assessment that was issued. And I noted there was a number of themes and factors that were highlighted in there that I think do not bode well for the biothreat, namely the increasing alignment of Russia and China, the increasing areas of political instability, and the focus of many of our adversaries on emerging and new technologies that can be used for both good or for ill, which this panel's work has previously highlighted. So I guess my question is this an area, that kind of trifecta of concern when it comes to the biothreat, is this an area that your subcommittee plans on looking at, particularly with regard to the threat to the warfighter, when it comes from those kind of three factors maybe aligning in a negative way when it comes to the biothreat?
Sure. Again, that's has both nation-state challenges and non-nation-state challenges, and use of surrogates is something we have to clearly be worried about, and so that's something that I absolutely intend on focusing on as part of our subcommittee's work.
Okay, and then lastly, if I might, Mr. Chairman, one more question. One of the reasons I was so excited to join this panel is because its focus is both on the naturally occurring emerging infectious disease and the threat that poses. We're just after the 100th year anniversary of the Spanish flu epidemic in 1918, and as you noted, one of the greatest threats we face is a new strain of flu and the damage that could do. It seems to me, and the staff in preparing us for this meeting today, reminded us that the Nunn-Lugar program, which over 20 years ago did such a good job of training more than 100 state and local first responders and developed this kind of train-the-trainer approach to readying our state and local first responders for a pandemic response. But that training program has now kind of gone by the wayside. Do you have thoughts, and where does that rank in terms of using that DoD expertise to help train state and local capacity going forward?
Yeah.
Is that on the agenda for the committee?
I definitely believe in the public-private partnership, and so looking at the the non-lugar commission that had expired, I think, in 2000, and that effort expired in 2013. Perhaps reauthorizing that is certainly worth exploring, but we need to make sure that our the civil authorities and local officials are as well prepared as our military needs to be prepared, both in the detection part of this and response, and doing everything we can to make sure that they are protected. So protecting the responders, if you will, has to be first and foremost on our minds, and something that is definitely worth exploring. And I certainly will be looking into that as well.
Thank you very much, Congressman.
Bet.
Thank you.
Over the past couple of years, we've been assisted by a lot of really talented people on this commission, and we don't have enough seats up front, so unfortunately they're seated next to us. But I want to ask my colleagues, Dr. Alexander, Dr. Troy, my colleagues to the right here, do you have any questions for our Congressman? Dr. Troy?
Yes, Congressman, thank you for your testimony. I was intrigued by what you were saying about our opponents being highly educated, and I was wondering if you, it sounded oddly specific, so I was wondering if we have plans to kind of win the hearts and minds of people who are like that, highly educated but opposed to us, or to prevent them from getting educated in our top flight technical institutions, or to interdict them from what they're trying to do with their nefarious purposes.
So pretty broad question. But obviously winning hearts and minds has to be part of our planning, and again, that's where a whole of government approach to our response to terrorism, for example, is so essential. We're not going to win that the war on terrorism. We're not going to win that war just on the battlefield alone. It just doesn't work that way. We need to be working harder at winning hearts and minds. A big supporter of the Global Engagement Center now at State, and so that would be part of properly funding that and having a whole government strategy going forward will be, in messaging is essential.
I guess what I'm saying is, do you think we're doing an adequate job in those efforts?
No, I don't. I think we need to redouble our efforts in that area, working with friends and allies. Certainly being aware of what's happening on social media, for example, and we after the Cold War went away, entities like Voice of America and others being having a response to our adversaries or enemies during the Cold War. We had a counter messaging program. I think we need to get better at counter messaging and the challenges that we face on a number of security threats. So again, it doesn't come just out of DoD. It doesn't just come out of state. It's got to be a coordinated whole of government approach and whole of nation approach. And working with partners and allies around the world is essential.
Thank you.
Colleagues, anything here? Just a couple of final questions, if I might. The military is always, at all levels of training, I think probably just about every branch had some chem bio training, because it does impact your operational effectiveness on the battlefield, particularly Army, Marines, that kind of thing. Way back when in the 60s it was kind of basic. I think now it's much more sophisticated. But the panel believes that given DoD's scrutiny of the threat, the knowledge that our adversaries have that capability, in spite of the treaties they may have signed suggesting they're only going to be developing defensive capability, the offensive capability exists. Therefore, within the military, there's training, there's equipment, there are medical countermeasures. We have to be prepared. What would you recommend that the panel do for us to ensure that that knowledge and experience that DoD has, and follow up to Lisa's question, training, equipment, medical countermeasures, is transferred in a fairly expeditious way to those incredible groups of first responders out there who we rely upon daily and we take for granted. So is it legislative language? Do we need specific appropriation? Would you think that a directive from the subcommittee, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I'd really like you to give us some guidance because we do have enormous respect for what DOD's done in this space. We just want to transfer that knowledge over to those who may be called upon to use it in the future, whether it's a natural occurring event or a deliberate offense. They need to know it, and right now, as Lisa pointed out, we're not too much of that coordination, not very little of that training is going on now, and we would like to accelerate it. Your thoughts?
Sure. So I think there's a number of options that we could and should explore. I'll give those greater thought myself, but certainly working with the Guard and Reserve is a good place to start, taking those unique DoD capabilities and making sure that that Guard and Reserve is up to speed and as well resourced as possible, and then working with others in the public and the private health sector is important, so that whether it's first responders or the people in our departments of health, and making sure that we have best practices in place, having this as well thought out and well planned as possible. Again, best preparation is going to be our best defense for a quick and adequate response. So, looking at ways of how can we leverage those lessons learned and make sure that they filter down and not just kept at the most elite levels, for example, at the SOCOM level, but also that where appropriate, where possible, that those that knowledge, that training, that preparedness is with civilian authorities as well.
And I appreciate you including the broader public health community in that constellation of civilian support that is needed in the event of a naturally occurring or an offensive attack. So we thank you. Any further questions from my colleagues? Once again, Congressman, you answered the call. We thank you. We look forward to your work as a subcommittee chair. From our perspective, it's one of the most important subcommittees on the Hill because of what DOD is doing in this space and the lessons learned and the experience that can be applied to the broader civilian sector. So we look to you to help coordinate that activity, and if you need us to come up and encourage your committee to do that, I think we'd be prepared to do so. But thank you for your continued support of the panel and for you're always on call, and we thank you. Best wishes to you.
Thank you. I appreciate your words and for your leadership on this topic. You're all to be commended for the time and the effort you're putting into this. This is clearly not a report or an effort that's going to be put on a shelf somewhere. It's because of the due diligence you have done, the credibility and the respect that people have for your commitment to public service, the work you've done over many decades, and we're grateful for your efforts, and we will do all we can to make sure that your work product is put into practice. So,
well, if you have two more champions like you, we'll move a little quicker. So thanks very much.
Amen.
Thank you all.
Very good.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take, instead of a 15-minute break, a 10-minute break for coffee or for wherever else you need the 10 minutes for. Thank you.
I know that was good decision. I heard that. I heard it's very unfair
And Bush.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I heard it.
Ask everyone to please take their seats.
You know, maybe it was an agenda.
You will do.
The panel is pleased to welcome Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, Dirk Maurer, J.D., Marine Corps Reserve, Semper Fi.
Semper Fi.
Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Crisis Management and Mission Assurance at the Department of Defense. And it's interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that before he took on this role in public service, he's also served on the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, and the House Committee on Homeland Security. So from multiple perspectives now at DOD, we appreciate your presence and your testimony. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman Lieberman, Chairman Ridge, members of the panel. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to share with you the Department of Defense perspective on the challenges of defending against biological weapons. I want to thank you also for the leadership role that this panel has played in keeping a focus on biodefense in the broader community. Government service, as you know, demands we focus on the important even as we manage the urgent. This panel has played a useful role in reinforcing the need to focus on the importance of refining and updating our national biological defense capabilities. The Department of Defense's enduring mission is to provide combat-credible military forces needed to deter war and to protect the security of our nation. If that deterrence fails, we must be able to win. To improve our ability to do these missions, the National Defense Strategy, released in January of last year, outlines 3 lines of effort for the department. Rebuild readiness while building a more lethal force, strengthen alliances and attract new partners, and improve performance and affordability by reforming our business practices. I'd like to address each of these and discuss their implications for our DoD biodefense effort. I'm also going to update you on the progress of 2 critical improvements to how we go about the business of shaping our biodefense capabilities. Inside DoD, we're working to better integrate the various levels of the CWMD enterprise through a new CWMD Unity of Effort Council. In the interagency, the critical change is the integration and coordination being brought to our national biodefense effort through the publication of the National Biodefense Strategy and Implementation Plan, along with the National Security Presidential Memorandum 14, which implements it. This establishes a new federal government structure led by the HHS Secretary, Azar, and directs an ongoing integrated assessment of the national biodefense enterprise. The NDS underscores that the central challenge to U.S. prosperity and security is the emergence of long-term strategic competition by what the National Security Strategy classifies as revisionist powers, China and Russia. Both China and Russia have sophisticated technical sectors to include robust bio-related sectors. The NDS requires DoD to consider the implications of a long-term strategic competition with the near-peer competitors, and we are carefully considering the implications of such competition in the biological arena. Next, threats from rogue nations, such as North Korea and Iran, remain. We would expect biothreats from these types of countries to be more traditional, if you will, including agents that have long been identified as good candidates for an adversary to use for a bioattack because of their robustness in the environment, their lethality, and their infectiousness or persistence. Finally, the threats from terrorists and lone wolves also remain. From these adversaries, we would expect attacks that might also use traditional agents or toxins, but such attacks would likely be smaller in scope, delivered using covert means, and either ignore the danger of civilian casualties or actively target civilians. Senator Daschle, I also worked in the Hart Building in 2001 when your office was sent an anthrax letter, so I know that you know exactly how this threat can take place. The first line of effort in the NDS is building a more lethal force. Part of doing that means improving our ability of our forces to operate and win in all environments, including contaminated ones. One element of deterrence is for our adversaries to be aware that the use of WMD will not stop our forces, so they have no incentive to use them against us. DoD also needs to stand ready to provide defense support to civil authorities, such as HHS or DHS, should they require unique military capabilities or additional capacity to respond to infectious disease, naturally occurring or otherwise. Such events can also affect the readiness of our force. Correspondingly, the first focus must be the health of our force to ensure that we can continue to defend the nation. DoD is working to understand and anticipate both the promise and potential peril of cutting-edge technologies, including synthetic biology. I won't dive into this issue myself because you'll soon hear from my colleague, Dr. Hassel, but I will say that the solution to this threat is the same as the solution is the same as the threat. These same cutting-edge technologies. You'll hear more from him. The National Defense Strategy underscores the importance of strengthening alliances and partnerships. The value of these relationships can clearly be seen in the benefits that DoD accrues from our work in the context of the global health security agenda and our cooperative threat reduction efforts, and more traditional bilateral and multilateral defense dialogues with allies and partners on biodefense cooperation. Within my office, I oversee our cooperative threat reduction policy team, which includes the Biological Threat Reduction Program. In conjunction with my DoD colleagues from Health Affairs, my office is also responsible for leading and coordinating DoD involvement with the GHSA. I want to spend just a few minutes discussing the role of DoD specifically through the CTR program in building foreign partner nations' biosafety and biosecurity capacities before touching on some new approaches that we in CTR are taking toward achieving those goals. I'd like to highlight our support for regional efforts that enable collective action among neighboring countries for improving global biosecurity capabilities. By doing this, we're able to strengthen our international alliances, reduce dependence on DoD programmatic support, and allow our partners to assume a greater leadership role in their region. First, DoD approaches global health security from a threat reduction and force health protection perspective. This both applies broadly to our GHSA commitments and specifically to our biosecurity objectives. As we all know, biothreats emanating from substandard biosecurity or biosafety practices do not respect local or even national boundaries. Any incident where anyone can rapidly become a health security incident everywhere. Such threats can rapidly grow to impact U.S. forces and readiness, as well as regional stability and security. In the CTR program, we seek to strengthen biosecurity, biosafety, and biosurveillance practices and standards in partner countries. We do this by working to secure collections of especially dangerous pathogens into a minimal number of safe and secure facilities, provide technical consultations, risk assessments, and training that build human capacity and internal expertise. We sponsor exercises and host workshops with local partners, both civilian and military, and by making physical renovations and security improvements to laboratory facilities that are hosting those dangerous pathogens. After receiving training, we look to those experts from our partners to conduct their own training and workshops, symposiums, and collaborative research engagements with local and regional partners. The objective of such efforts is to improve partners' domestic biosecurity, biosafety, and biosurveillance capabilities and promote a culture of expertise in laboratory best practices and biorisk management, both locally and regionally. The ultimate goal of such efforts is to establish local hubs of expertise that can operate independently of continuous DoD support. This helps sustain international investments for long-term benefits in a country and region. A great example of this is the Nunn-Lugar Center in Georgia, which was previously supported by DoD funds, but now operates independently as a regional center of expertise for biosafety and biosecurity training and promoting best laboratory practices. Second, we're working to expand the number of donor nations who provide technical or financial support that advance shared biosecurity and biosafety goals. We seek to coordinate these activities, or our activities with these nations, to help amplify the effect of our own efforts. For example, the Global Health Security Agenda Ministerial in Indonesia last year, I was able to announce that DoD CTR and Australia's Indo-Pacific Center for Health Security are actively exploring ways that we can joint fund projects in Southeast Asia. Finally, my office works to increase the participation of partner militaries and ministries of defense in multi-sectoral global health security efforts such as GHSA. We work to raise awareness in and across foreign defense and military communities about the national security aspects of global health security, both in terms of force health protection and ensuring regional stability, and to foster greater collaboration between defense and civilian communities. The NDS prioritizes changing DoD's business practices as a critical element of modernizing our capabilities. One way to do that is by instituting or improving the audit, monitoring, and evaluation program that many of our international programs use. The Cooperative Threat Reduction Program that I just mentioned has a robust AM&E program that it has been developing, and they are sharing their experiences with other similar programs to help improve visibility and efficiency. Another way to improve our efficiency is to work more closely with our allies and partners who also have international capacity building efforts to leverage our mutual programs to ensure that we are all getting the most bang for our buck. I recently hosted 2 of our closest allies for discussions about strategy and priority in the threat reduction area. I expect these conversations will lead to further efficiencies and increased effectiveness for all of our countries. I've focused on the lines of effort that NDS outlines for us. We're making good progress in each of those areas. More progress is needed, and we look to colleagues both inside and outside the government to help us make that progress. As I mentioned earlier, there are 2 reform efforts that are helping us meet those challenges: the Unity of Effort Council inside the department and the National Biodefense Strategy and its assessment mechanism outside of it. It's no secret that the DoD CWMD enterprise is vast, almost as vast as the department itself. There is no single official, other than the Secretary of Defense or the Deputy Secretary, who holds simultaneous responsibility for all aspects of the CWMD mission, to include strategy, policy, research, acquisition, training, capability, intelligence, and forces. The current OSD organizational structure, however, enables access to this expertise and facilitates coordination and integration across the DoD CWMD enterprise. Like other DoD functional missions, CWMD budgeting, resource allocation, prioritization, capability development, and force development and employment are all decided through OSD-driven prioritization processes, boards, and protocols. To supplement these processes, the Deputy Secretary directed the establishment of the DoD CWMD Unity of Effort Council in April of last year to promote unity of effort among all the stakeholders. All enterprise stakeholders from over 20 offices around the department participate in ASD, DASD, and director-level discussions to assess gaps in strategic guidance and to identify issues that need senior-level attention. Any unresolved issues and recommendations are elevated to the Secretary or the Deputy Secretary for decision. The Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Global Security and the Director of the Joint Staff, J5, co-chair the Unity of Effort Council, and the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Nuclear, Chemical, Biological Defense Programs serves as the Vice Chair. The Council has brought focus to issues that require senior-level attention and, as my boss likes to say, get stuff done. All this is to say that there remains a sustained focus across DoD components on the CWMD mission. We do not have every challenge figured out yet, but we are using the Unity of Effort Council's broad membership to ensure transparency, raise concerns, and collaborate on solutions. Unity of effort is the hallmark of another initiative, the one for which this panel pointed the way. The National Biodefense Strategy and Implementation Plan, along with NSPM 14, were approved by the President last year. NBS outlines 5 goals that are fundamental to all that we do across the government to assure the national biodefense enterprise is prepared with capabilities that are necessary to prevent and, when necessary, to respond to and recover from a bioincident. The end state of Goal 1 is to enable risk awareness to inform decision-making across the biodefense enterprise. Goal 2 focuses on capabilities to prevent bioincidents. Prevention is vastly preferred to consequence management, so DoD focuses on deterring bioattack to the maximum extent possible. Goal 3 is focused on biodefense enterprise preparedness to mitigate the impacts of bioincidents. Should deterrence fail, DoD must still be able to execute mission-critical functions, and so we focus relentlessly on assuring preparedness. Goal 4, the end state, is rapid response to limit the impacts of bioincident. DoD's decision to build CBRN Response Enterprise is an example of how our commitment to domestic response capabilities. The end state of Goal 5 is to facilitate recovery efforts to restore the community, the economy, and the environment after a bioincident. Perhaps most importantly, NSPM 14 directs a whole-of-government assessment mechanism to help identify and correct any capability or capacity gaps across the biodefense enterprise, including among public and private sector partners. The first biodefense assessment process is underway. The Interagency Biodefense Coordination Team, or BCT, led by HHS, is gathering data to assess government-wide capabilities and resource commitments, and to assess gaps and develop priorities. For example, my office is leading the DoD group for Goal 2, which, as I noted, is focused on prevention. DoD has assigned a defense professional as a DoD representative to work at the BCT in HHS, who will help pull together interagency information about each goal and assess the information rigorously to identify any gaps. That assessment will be provided to the cabinet-level group, which will examine the gaps and prioritize addressing them. DoD's biodefense objectives are aligned with the National Defense Strategy, lethal forces, strengthened alliances and partnerships, and updated business practices. The challenges are real, but we have a talented community of colleagues in the DoD and the interagency, striving to assure that both today and into the future, our forces can deter and, if necessary, win the nation's wars, even given the threats posed by a biological event. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate, from our perspective, the attention you've given to very specific recommendations of the panel and how you're beginning to try to address them within DoD. Would you give us a primer, to the extent you're able, of the organizational structure that oversees a broader range of biological issues within DoD? I mean, you've got training, you've got exercises, you've got countermeasures. I mean, you're a $700 billion enterprise. You've got over 2 million people working there, and probably almost 1 million more contractors. So you've got this monolith. Bio's part of it. Biosecurity is maybe not the highest priority, but regardless of that, could you give us a snapshot of the organizational structure that oversees bio?
Yes, sir. So roughly, and you could apply this to just about any issue area within the department. The Undersecretary of Defense for Policy provides the broad strategy and direction for which way the department should go for either regional issues or functional issues. The Assistant Secretary of Defense the Undersecretary of Defense for A&S, Acquisition and Sustainment, newly created last year, divided up between what used to be the Undersecretary for AT&L. They're responsible for acquisition of equipment, supplies, everything you'd need to ensure an effective capability. I know Dr. Hassel, who follows after me, can probably give you much more detail about that specifically. And then, of course, the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering leads the efforts to research into new capabilities that are needed for our forces to be able to meet the mission essential requirements that they've developed. And of course, the services train and equip all of our forces that are then eventually provided to the combatant commanders for use around the world as directed by the President and the Secretary. It's a very brief precis, but I could probably dive deeper into more of that if you'd like.
If the acting Secretary of Defense says, I need a primer on everything we're doing in biodefense, is there a single point of contact or a small group that he goes to give him a broad picture of what's going on?
Sir, that would most likely come to my boss, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Global Security, and he would pass that to me, and we would work across the department to ensure that we have all the information that he needed to provide that primer. Most likely, we would use that through the Unity of Effort Council that meets nearly weekly at various levels to address various issues as they come up. But that would be who we would reach out to put that paper together, but it would most likely be my office.
Probably one of the most important pieces of information that DoD would need and have access to on an ongoing basis is intelligence, vis-a-vis threat actors and the pathogens, real or synthetic, whatever. What kind of coordination do you have with DNI and the broader intelligence community to make sure that you are absolutely current on, with that kind of information as it affects your training, acquisition, countermeasures, et cetera?
Sir, my office mostly directly engages with the defense counterproliferation element of the Defense Intelligence Agency, which of course is connected throughout the entire intelligence community. It's mostly through them that we receive our intelligence and make requests for improving our prioritization for what we'd issues that we think need improved attention or greater collection assets. We have daily contact with them.
I'll leave it at that.
Yes, sir.
All right, very, very good. Quickly, with regard to integration of the intelligence and operational matters with our friends at NATO, I presume that's an ongoing relationship as well?
Yes, sir, it is. As a matter of fact, part of my portfolio is I co-chair with currently with our Polish counterparts the NATO Committee on Counterproliferation in the Defense Format, and that works across NATO to help improve our CBR and defense capabilities throughout with the NATO structure, as well as improve our training abilities across NATO.
And what is your, one final question for me, given your portfolio in dealing with WMD and Bio could very well be one of those, what kind of interaction do you or the department have with the public health authorities and other civilian authorities in terms of ongoing engagement, a sustained relationship?
A very robust one, actually, sir. We had worked regularly with Dr. Kadlik's office previously before the establishment of the National Biodefense Strategy, but the structure that put in place has improved and increased the contacts between the department and HHS and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, Dr. Kadlik. Part of the OSD policy, one of my peers has sent someone to be permanently as a member of that team, and they have regular meetings both in the department and throughout the interagency dealing with them. So we have very sustained contacts with them.
In that context, is there any direct line of communication or communications with directly to state and local authorities or to public health authorities, or do you do basically you work with HHS and it's their responsibility to collaborate with the state and locals?
Possibly getting a little bit outside my area of expertise, but I think we primarily work with HHS through the Defense Support to Civil Authorities process. There is a possibility that we could work with state and local public health officials, but I don't think that happens quite as regularly.
I appreciate that.
Sir.
By the way, I appreciate the candid answer. I don't want to run across too many people that says that might be out of my area of expertise, but I'll do the best I can. I appreciate you. Great testimony, by the way, in the Q&A you just had. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator.
Thank you, Governor Rich. That honesty is what Secretary Morrow learned in his years in the Senate.
You said it.
Yeah. Thank you for your service. I must say I'm proud, since you served colleagues of mine on two of the committees I was on, to see you in this position.
Thank you, sir.
The title of the hearing today is Military Defense Against Biological Weapons, Fighting the Next War. And so let's define war broadly. Obviously, we hope and pray that we have neither of these kinds, but one would be a more traditional conflict, presumably regionally, locally, and another more asymmetrical. In your position, do you think that it's plausible that an enemy of the U.S. in either of those conflicts, or I suppose of our allies, would use biological weapons against us?
Certainly, I think it's plausible, Senator. We see a possible threat from any range of options covering, as I mentioned, from near peer nation-state competitors all the way down to terrorists and lone wolf actors.
Right.
So it's quite possible and certainly something of great concern.
And that's obviously what a part of your responsibility is, to help prepare us to defend against that.
Yes, sir. My office supports the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Global Security in providing a broad strategy and policy for the department and how we're going to respond to CBRN threats, and works with the rest of the department in executing how we would engage that.
Right. And as part of that, obviously, the intelligence we have about what nations or non-state actors who are hostile to us are doing is critically important to what you're doing, I assume.
Absolutely, Senator.
So I appreciate all that, and that you're on the case. I was interested, and I must say encouraged too, by the extent to which in your testimony, Secretary Moore, you talked about global health security, which is not war as it's thought of more traditionally, but I also noted that, and you can add to it or correct me if I'm wrong, that you cited two Department of Defense reasons why you, as a leader in our Department of Defense, are involved in global health security. One is to protect the health of our forces, of our troops. And the other, which we don't think about probably enough, is that an infectious disease pandemic will create regional instability, which will also have security implications or effects. So do you want to expand on either of those? Do I have it right that that's the basis for your involvement in global health security, in addition to more traditional defense?
Yes, Senator, you do have that correct. So force health protection is one of the main reasons that we want to engage with global health security. As you all know, disease is no respecter of borders or political entities. So as we saw in 2014 with the Ebola outbreak, and as we're seeing now in the Democratic Republic of the Congo with their Ebola outbreak, the potential for it to spread and cause great damage and increase both regional security concerns and affect forces who happen to be there is potentially a great problem. So ideally, what the Global Health Security Agenda wants to do is improve every nation's ability to protect itself against infectious disease. And by building up those broad biosurveillance, biosafety, biosecurity capabilities among all nations, that will reduce the likelihood of a broad wildfire sort of pandemic that would have effect on our forces and certainly in regional stability.
Sure. So I'm just ask one more question because I want to yield to my colleagues. But my impression is from you today and others that for the reasons you state, Department of Defense has developed capabilities regarding global health security that are quite relevant to global security and our security. So let me try to bring it back home and ask you to speak in a kind of almost a hypothetical case study way. If, God forbid, the U.S. experienced an infectious disease outbreak here, what would the DoD role be in responding to it?
Well, first, Senator, I'd like to clarify something. So the Department of Defense does not execute any programs specifically in support of the Global Health Security Agenda. However, programs most specifically are from our Cooperative Threat Reduction Program align with the GHSA goals. And so we want to support what GHSA is trying to do, and we are working to support that through our biological threat reduction
Okay,
program.
I get it.
And in answer to your specific question, in the event of a pandemic here, the department's role would be as with any other national emergency, would be in support of civilian authorities. So we would use the Defense Support Civil Authorities process to provide support to HHS or to DHS and potentially to state and local authorities as required, and that would depend on when our civilian agencies perhaps exceeded their capacity and needed some help.
So what kind of assets can you imagine that DOD could bring to bear to help HHS, DHS, state and local authorities?
Well, we have in addition to medical support, we obviously have a very large number of doctors and medical personnel among the force, but we have the department in 2010 created the CBRN Response Enterprise, which is a several tiered levels of capability, starting at the lowest level with the WMD civil support teams, which I think some of you met, which was originally created by Congress in the early 2000s. And they've grown to this point to, I believe there are 57 of them, one in every state and territory, and some have multiple. All the way up to multiple thousands of personnel, both in National Guard personnel supporting under the command and control of the governors under Title 32 authority, all the way up to Title 10 forces who are specifically trained and organized to support a CBRN event.
Okay, it's very reassuring. Thanks very much.
Sir.
Senator.
Secretary Maher, thank you for your testimony and your good answers to the questions, and most especially for your service to your country. We're fortunate to have you there. Let me just go back to the National Biodefense Strategy itself. You mentioned in your opening comments that it's been a year since the strategy was publicly released. Can you give us your best analysis of what, over the course of the last year, we've done to specifically implement provisions of the strategy? What in particular do you look back on in the first year and say with some authority, were it not for that strategy, we wouldn't have done X?
So, Senator, if I misspoke, I'm sorry. The strategy was released on September 18th of last year, so it hasn't.
Oh, that's right.
Sir.
So it was last fall.
6 months or so. So the Biodefense Steering Committee has been created, which is at the Cabinet Secretary level, and as directed, the Secretary of HHS chairs that, and they from that created the Biodefense Coordination Team, which Secretary Cadlick chairs within HHS, and that is where a number of departments and agencies have detailed personnel over to help them with the assessment effort of collecting the information and designing the metrics. I understand right now that the list of metrics that the interagency is going to use to assess itself on where we are in our global biodefense enterprise is pending before the approval at the National Security Council, the PCC level. And once that's been approved by the PCC, the list of questions will then go out to the departments and agencies for their self-assessment about exactly where they are in their biodefense enterprise. So what's happened in the last 6 months that hasn't necessarily happened previously is, I think, that the teams working together right now to come up with a way to how are we going to assess ourselves on where we are with the National Biodefense Enterprise, and much more frequent meetings in that regard.
Congressman Langevin mentioned the need for metrics as well as he appeared before us this morning. You probably heard. Could you just elaborate a little bit on how you describe the value of the metrics and what specifically the metrics are going to be designed to produce?
Senator, I don't know what the specific metrics are or how they are targeting those. I don't have that off the top of my head, but any metrics are necessary so you know what do you want to measure, And so if you are trying to determine, can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but if you're trying to determine X and you use a metric that measures Y, that's not going to help you. So you want to make sure that the metrics you're using actually go after the questions you want the answer to. And where is the money going? Is what's being spent actually addressing our gaps? Is what's being spent actually in support of our broader security? What's the best prioritization for how we spend the money to support to address those gaps? All of those types of things.
I'm sure you're well aware of our concern for the siloization of so many of the different roles in addressing a national biodefense strategy. We've got Homeland Security and HHS and DOD and intelligence, and our concern has always been how one integrates the national effort more effectively. And you've certainly addressed many of those concerns with your comments today. One of our recommendations, of course, was to elevate the role of the implementation of this strategy to the Vice President or somebody with clear authority and convening power. That has not happened to date. Obviously, all of us admire Bob Kadlec immensely for what he's been able to do. Are you satisfied that the current organizational structure accommodates this elevated status in a way that allows adequate coordination?
So, sir, the strategy and the implementation plan gave that authority to the HHS Secretary, Secretary Azar. And so I think that that's probably, at least in how our government is structured, he is the right person to lead this effort. I saw it pointed out a while ago that the National Security Council is not necessarily the right place to do operational things, which is what a lot of what this effort is after, to try and improve how we're functioning within the department. So the NSC does have the oversight over the process through the normal NSPM4 process, but Secretary Azar is the one who has the rose pinned on him as far as overall responsibility. And I understand that's not the same as the Vice President, but he seems like would be pretty expert in the issues involved.
So just to drill down, if he were to call a meeting of people, high-level people in DOD, high-level people in National Homeland Security, in addition to HHS, would people respond?
Absolutely, sir. If he calls a meeting of the Biodefense Steering Committee, that would be other cabinet secretaries would likely attend.
Has that occurred to date?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess it is. Apparently the North Koreans have something like 13 suspected biological weapons, perhaps agents, I should say. I'm not sure how weaponized they are. But in fact, one of the fellows who came across the border had anthrax in his system. I think it was determined. I don't know if you can say this in open forum or not, but I'm curious to know to what extent in the talks that are preliminary to another meeting between President Trump and Kim, whether the subject of biological capacity and weaponry is on the table at all. And if you can't specifically talk about that, answer that question, at least maybe shed some light on us as to what the department is doing with regard to these concerns.
So, sir, I absolutely could not speculate on or comment on what the president, any conversations the president might have had. But the department is obviously very concerned with dealing with any potential bio threat from both near-peer competitors and rogue nations. As I mentioned, both we've been concerned about North Korea and have had forces on the Korean Peninsula supporting the independence of South Korea and assisting in their defense for literally decades. Very, very concerned and aware of any potential bio capability that they may have, and be taking that into account in our defense plans.
That's all I have.
Good answer, by the way.
Yeah, really.
Thank you.
Well structured, well done. Well
But there
done.
again is the Senate training.
We got it now. Never mind. Okay.
It's a Senate staff training, actually.
Never worked in the Senate. I feel very deficient. Honesty, thoroughness. But you actually are a great representative of the Senate in your current position, so thank you for everything today. Just want to follow up on Senator Daschle's questions about the coordination under the structure that's been laid out. And, we're asking these questions because it's a tough nut to crack, how to coordinate all the different players in the executive branch who have an important stake in this mission. And the strategy has come up with a certain construct. And the best thing about that is that you got Bob Kadlec at the coordination level, because he knows more about this than any of us, and he's just a master at getting things done. But still, there's always a concern that you really need a lot of heft to get things done in the interagency. And so I guess the question I would have is, you described how there is interaction with the White House. You described how Secretary Azar has the authority to convene meetings and the like. But a large part of the success here is going to be determined by whether this coordination can handle the tough issues, like get agencies to cede authority to other agencies, try to align budgets and integrate budgets, this kind of thing. So that's a long lead up to, in terms of the NSC, while I get your point that the NSC should not be operational, in terms of keeping momentum behind something, pushing through bureaucratic obstacles and intransigence, is there somebody at the NSC who's minding this, who's pushing it, who's reminding the people who are out in the field of the fact that this is a matter of priority to the White House? I get it that putting somebody of Senator Azar's stature and level on this is important, and that sends the message. But the day-to-day, or at least week-to-week, sort of check-in that this is a big issue. Are you getting that from the White House? Do you expect to get that? I get it that things are still settling out 6 months in, but.
Sir, I know that the White House is very focused on this, and my counterpart that I deal with most on the National Security Council is Tim Morrison, who just came from the House side. And he's the senior director for WMD and Biodefense, if I have his title exactly correct. But it's very much a focus of his, and I think I know that he does in fact stay engaged on that. I think right now, in most instances, I would expect that he is allowing time to let the process work. So if
Fair enough.
I know they've got some timelines, and I suspect if the process doesn't meet those gates, that he's probably going to be calling up his peers to find out what the issue is. But I know he's focused on it.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, in the interest of time, two specific questions. First, thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony, and echo my colleagues' thanks for your service in multiple branches of government. So two questions, picking up on what Ken was talking about. I also quite agree that the National Security Council does not have a role in operational matters, and certainly shouldn't be directing them. But of course, the National Security Council has two very specific roles, and this has been true across administrations. One, for policy development and coordination, and importantly, oversight of policy implementation, consistent with the President and the National Security Team's priorities. So just to press once more on this issue, from your perspective, and I should say you're doing a great job being the sole representative of all the interagency issues that might arise in this area, what would be the mechanism under the current structure for Secretary Azar, I presume, to settle a particular dispute about a particular priority or issue around a particular goal being implemented under the biodefense strategy? How are those issues going to get resolved if, for instance, all agencies don't see things consistently?
So I understand exactly what you're asking, ma'am. So I believe when the strategy and the implementation plan laid out, it specifically requires that the results of the Secretary Azar's process go through the normal National Security Council NSPM4 process. So if Secretary Azar, if it got up to his level and they did not have an answer, I suspect he would take that to a principals committee. And beyond that, obviously, the next step would be to the president.
Thank you. Do you know, has the Deputies Committee met on the National Biodefense Strategy? The Deputies Committee, obviously, historically being the main engine of policy coordination and implementation.
It met, I believe, on for the initial publication of the strategy to approve the strategy and send it out.
Great. And then lastly, you referenced the assessment that is ongoing. What is the timeline? When could we expect that to be done and to have a settled baseline, rather, for kind of where things are at?
I believe after the HHS issues the questions for departments and agencies to answer about where they are with their biodefense programs. I think the departments and agencies have 60 days to turn that around and answer that. But timelines for the next steps and when that assessment can get put together and sent up to the NSC, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Thank you very much.
My colleagues, Dr. Alexander.
May I ask you a question related to the proliferation broader issue? For example, are there any of the recent movement internationally, for example, the UN, the Disarmament Committee, and so forth, to revive discussions on WMD free zone idea, for example, in the Middle East, maybe broader, useful or relevant to the broader strategy to combat biological threats?
Yeah. Sir, I'm sorry. I understand your question is anything the UN is doing helpful to the broader strategy to combat biological threats?
Yes, to discuss this challenge on the broader issue. What can we learn, for example, in regard to chemical threats or nuclear threats and so on?
Well, as you're probably aware, there's been a lot going on in the chemical threat arena in the last several years, based on both Syria and ISIS's use of chemical weapons in the civil war in Syria, and Russia's use of a Novichok against in Britain in Salisbury last year. The Chemical Weapons Convention has been very active as a result of that, and there was initially a joint investigative mechanism between the Chemical Weapons Convention and the United Nations to attribute some of those chemical weapons use in Syria, and Russia blocked its renewal. So the joint investigative mechanism was not renewed and was not able to continue to investigate chemical weapons use in Syria. And as a result, the Chemical Weapons Convention, Conference of State Parties, decided to establish its own mechanism for attribution of weapons use, chemical use. And I understand, I believe, I'm not sure if they're in Syria right now looking at the most recent use, or they're getting ready to go. I'm not positive about that, but they do have that. So. With nuclear weapons, the United Nations, and for that matter, in counterproliferation, the UN First Committee is always very concerned and focused on counterproliferation, and that, I think that's in October. So just this last October, had some member of my office goes up and supports the U.S. delegation every year in regards to that. Biological weapons is very hard. It's almost everything involved in it now is dual use, and as you know, the democratization of biological capabilities is expanding the ability of people to use and making it cheaper and more effective, so or more efficient. So I'm not sure off the top of my head exactly what the UN has done recently, or it's a hard problem for anybody to address, and I think they're aware of that.
Anything else from my colleagues? Dr. Parker?
Yes, thank you for your testimony and actually all the hard work you and Chris are doing in the department to make advances on countering weapons of mass destruction. The question is, how well integrated is the advancements you're doing in WMD defense with the emerging naturally occurring infectious disease program? And are we ready for a pandemic in DOD from Mother Nature?
I think the defensive-wise, I think and this I think is really more Dr. Hassel's question, but defensively, I think most of the efforts we have to do are and Dr. Hassel can correct me if I get this wrong, but defensively, much of the steps are the same, whether it's naturally occurring or maliciously or even accidental. So I think many of the steps are involved, but I think the department is not much. Pandemic influenza is a problem globally, is a threat globally, and so I know that there are research efforts to address that, but how far along they are, I'm not positive.
Thanks.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for all you do. These are tough issues, I know, from struggling with them in the past, and this panel has. We've given you a lot of chance to discuss some of the bureaucratic and process issues. I wonder if there are particular capabilities that you think we're lacking that we haven't given you a chance to talk about. So if there were an attack a year from now, what are the 3 or 4 things you think we would wish we had done?
The last question is always a tough one.
So certainly open to suggestions along those lines if I forget something. But I think what I would ask, and what both in the government, but also in the private sector, both this panel as a prime example of that, and for the members who are currently serving the executive branch, is the best we can do to raise attention to the issue, which I know is what the purpose behind your panel, and to see what we can do to address our gaps and capabilities and know what they are. But as just discussing with Senator Daschle during the break, sometimes what gets the most attention from the public is what happened last, and we're very fortunate that we have not had a significant bio event in this country in a while, and hopefully that does not change. But to the extent that we can raise awareness and provide focus both in the public and throughout the executive branch and Congress, I think that'll be the most likely to be able to help us be best prepared for a hypothetical attack sometime a year from now.
Anything else from my colleagues? Very provocative and very excellent testimony, Derek. Thank you so very much. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. We've consumed about 20 minutes of your luncheon time. So we will be back at 1:15. By the way, there is a video that will be shown during the lunch period, moderated video with regard to some of the issues we're discussing today. So if you want everybody to bring their...
Sure, we invite you to please grab your lunch, take a quick break. In about 15 minutes, we'll go ahead and start that video hosted by Max Brooks, who keeps the panel well engaged with questions. And if you haven't seen it on our website, it is a good video, and I encourage you and welcome you to do that. So 1:15, be back, please, if you're not going to watch the video, but otherwise...
That's what gets you a good update on it.
There is a plan. And I think this is important to state right here, is after 9/11, there was a failure of imagination. There was a scramble. There was a post-9/11 scramble, just like there was a post-Sputnik scramble, there was a post-Pearl Harbor scramble. Americans tend to get sucker punched relatively easily. And we tend not to see the threat coming. But what you're saying is, you have a plan, a detailed blueprint, that if it is put into effect, can actually work. And it is your job to advise the government on how to protect me, the citizen. But Mr. Weinstein, that would be great if we lived in an autocracy where there was a professional ruling class who just, they did the job of protecting us and me, the peasant, can go back and live my life. But we don't. We live in a republic, which depends on taxes and votes. As a taxpayer, as a voter, I find it difficult to know what my role is, because after 9/11, I was told that all I was supposed to do, all my government wanted me to do, was pray, hug my kid, and participate in the economy, and that's it. But what if I want to do more? What if I need to do more? What can I do?
Good question, and the answer is twofold in terms of what John Q. citizens can do, but also what the government can do. Our blueprint is focused largely on the government, and really, I think one of the central features of that is, as Secretary Justice said, leadership, leadership, leadership. And that leadership is defined in a lot of ways. Well, one definition of leadership is thinking down the road, seeing what is good for the constituency of that leader, i.e. the American people, and explaining to the American people why it's good to take that measure. And in a situation like this, where we're looking at a threat that people don't really see as genuine, don't really see as real, and I draw a parallel from the cyber situation. We were slow meeting the cyber threat. People didn't see it as being real until these big hacks started coming along and people started losing their identification, their credit cards started being hacked, and people realized the threat is real. We were behind
the curve on that. We didn't show the leadership we needed to meet that threat in advance. We're at the same place here. So I think it's incumbent on the government, all branches, all congressional and executive branches, to make the case to the American people that their tax dollars need to be spent on these, on the various measures that we've laid out. And one way of getting that leadership is, as Senator Daschle said, having somebody in the executive branch that's leading the charge on this at a sufficiently high level. We recommended it be in the Office of the Vice President, at a sufficiently high level to mobilize the government, push the government forward, but also to make the case to the American people. And this, to answer your question, is it's incumbent on the government to make the case. We're trying to be an echo chamber to make that case to the American people so that they see that when the next budget or proposed budget has X billion dollars devoted to enhancing the intelligence community's efforts to try to find out where the next bioterror attack is going to come, improve our response capabilities, build up our countermeasure stockpiles, that they will recognize, oh, okay, that's money well spent. And I would hope that there are enough people out there among the American public who recognize that this is a serious threat that they're willing to make that sacrifice.
People most vulnerable to bioterrorism are children and the elderly, because that's who these diseases have a real effect on, initially at least, we've learned. So the public does have a role. They can communicate with their elected officials that this is absolutely critical for the country's future. The business community has a role. They can send the same message that this has to do with the economy. And frankly, our military leaders, many of whom know that this is absolutely critical to the work that they're doing, that it's an integral part of the long-term security of not only this country, but really the world.
But Max, there's something that should be emphasized as well, and that is that it would be a mistake if we looked at this from a Washington-centric point of view. I think it should be emphasized as well. This is a state and local concern as well. We need elevated appreciation of the threat and plans to address threats at the local and state levels as well. I've had the opportunity to do a little bit of travel for the panel, and I've been impressed with some states and the tremendous seriousness with which they take these challenges and these issues. And I would just, when you ask the question, what can
a typical citizen do. It should be a call to action at all levels, at the local level, at the state level, at the federal level. What is our plan? Pressing elected officials in particular for a realization that this is serious and we need to consider just what would happen in a case that would involve our community or our state, not just Washington.
Yeah, I think that's the key, that the public, what's the best thing the citizens can do to get ready, to be prepared for an infectious disease epidemic or a bioterrorist attack? It's to push their leaders in Congress and in the White House to take action, because ultimately the preparedness has to be led by government. We need leadership, and we need a plan, and then we need to implement it. Our report that was issued at the end of 2015 and upgraded last year based on what we had learned is a very comprehensive series of recommendations. But we're a nonprofit corporation. We all have experience in government, but we're outside of it now. I would say the most significant enactment we've had so far of our recommendations is that at the end of last year, both houses of Congress adopted, and the President signed, President Obama, a measure mandating that there be a national biodefense plan written. So we're going to have this now. It's in the law. And then we know from our own investigation pretty much what has to be done. There has to be better detection. We got to see it when it begins to break out. We still don't have the vast resources of the pharmaceutical industry really willing to invest in medical countermeasures to a disease outbreak, because it's not a typical market. It could happen, it might not happen. Who knows when it's going to happen? And our public health system, including our hospitals, God forbid there's really a pandemic, are not ready to handle it, and we have to work with them now to be prepared for that. And as Donna said, it's a win-win all around, because ultimately it will improve local health as well.
So as a voter, I should basically still be doing what the founders expected me to do since 1776. I should be going to the polls and I should be voting for issues that affect me. So as I understand this, if I read in the paper or I see on the news that there is a biodefense bill working its way through Congress, I should call my representative and I should say, hey, I voted for you. You need to vote for this. All right, voting for you next time.
I think that's in partly true. Good investment in their time. I'm going to just follow on what Senator Daschle said. I think although there was a huge tragedy there, look how well Boston responded. And in the midst of that tragedy, why did they respond? Because after 9/11, through a series of basically federal and some state and local efforts, they were prepared. There were resources, there were priorities set. And so when in fact it happened, they kept the casualties to a minimum. They had the emergency responders, they had the hospitals, they had the police. I mean, they had everybody involved. Point being, you didn't have to imagine it, it happened. Well, in the biodefense area, you don't have to imagine it, it's happened. It was Zika, it was Ebola, it was H1N1. So, all right, we're not talking about an imaginative assault, a germ assault on this country. We're talking about something that could really happen, and we just got to follow the lessons of others who've identified the possibility and build out that infrastructure. Understand it has national security implications, but as Secretary Shalala said, enormous economic repercussions as well. But there's a lesson. Democracies are normally reactive. Here we're saying to our leaders, be preemptive. It's not a matter of imagination. It's happened before. It could scale up, and we're not ready for a scale up.
Now, Governor, on that note, and I would like to pose this question to both you and Secretary Shalala, when it comes to me, the voter, we are living in a hyper-partisan age. That is not hyperbole. That is true. Our government is acting like divorced parents, dividing up issues like they're furniture in a divorce. That's a liberal issue. That's a conservative issue. But this affects all of us. Germs don't respect party affiliations. Germs will affect all of us. And therefore, if we're going to come together, it sounds like we are going to have to confront the ideologues on both sides that are trying to tear us apart. Governor Ridge, what would you say to your fellow conservatives who would argue, I don't want to vote for this, this is expensive, this is big government bloat, especially when I've been told since 1980, government is not the solution to our problems, government is the problem.
Well, first of all, I would say that I think Republican and Democrat alike want us to be prepared for all eventualities. I don't think Republicans are more interested in providing for the common defense than my friends on the other side of the aisle are. But I would say to my Republican friends, we have long argued, and I embrace that philosophy necessarily, that more isn't necessarily better. Better's better. And so that necessarily more appropriations doesn't always address the problem. What I would say to them, if you're looking for smart government, effective government, outcome-based government, then let's accept the recommendations of this group. There is a national strategy. There's a comprehensive plan to help set priorities and clearly appropriate in the context of a $600 billion national defense budget. If you believe, as this bipartisan panel believes, that this is a national defense issue, set those priorities, but you're going to find, if you think about it, it's not just giving more money to the same agencies, it's about giving the right amount of money to the right agencies for the right outcomes to build that biodefense infrastructure. I think that's an argument, I think that's a winning argument. It's about effective outcomes.
Now, Secretary Shalala, on the different side of the aisle, what would you say to your fellow liberals who would say that this smells a lot like post-9/11 Bush-Cheney fear-mongering, and look where that got us last time, and I don't want to vaccinate my kid because I read somewhere on Facebook that that could cause problems?
Well, first of all, the first thing I'd say to them is they better vaccinate their kids because their kids will be at risk and put other children at risk. I agree with Governor Ridge. This is not just a matter of allocating new money. It's how we spend the existing money that we have and whether we spend it strategically. These germs do not know whether they're Republicans or Democrats. In the Constitution, protecting the common good, this is clearly a federal role. Certainly the strategy is a federal role, and that ought not to be debatable between Republicans or Democrats. This is about making certain that the American people are safe and that they're healthy, and that's a very critical role. It's the best investment we can make for our future. We're anticipating the future. That's what leaders are supposed to do, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. And I agree with Governor Ridge that spending the money smarter, getting better coordination, having leadership out of the White House will make all the difference for the future, for a disease we can't predict at this moment.
We talked about the voters and whether the voters should be calling their members of Congress and so forth. And I think to some extent that's true, but realistically they're getting the kids off to school, they're going to work, they're paying their bills, they're taking care of their homes and so forth. But what we're trying to tell the members of Congress is your constituents are not knocking on your door now or calling you and yelling at you, this is my number one issue, because frankly it isn't. But you can be sure of this, when it happens, and a bunch of them have died, they will be knocking on your door. They will be calling you, and they will say, why weren't you ready for this? You had plenty of advice, plenty of reports, and you didn't do the job.
I'd like to just add, as by way of encouragement in this time of awful partisanship here in Washington, except on this panel. I saw a poll recently, I forgot where it's from, it was credible. It was an interesting question. They asked people, do you think we should rely on the government to solve big national problems, or should we leave it to the private sector, to businesses and individuals? And at a time when there's great anti-government feeling in the country, a lot of it for good cause, 60% said the government. We have to count on the government to solve our problems. High 30s said individuals and business. And I think that's a kind of bipartisan consensus, common sense, that when you're dealing with something as big as an infectious disease pandemic or a biological terrorist attack, we have to count on the government to protect us.
So it's just like World War II. Yes, the government led the way, but the private industry was the one that built the weapons, and it was the average citizen that voted and bought war bonds and put on uniforms and did what they had to do. So this, if we take nothing else from this time together, this is a serious threat. This is real. This is happening. Plagues happen all the time, and the next big one will happen either from nature or from somebody's lab, but it will happen. So we need to wake up, but we also need to calm down. This is not an asteroid hurtling towards Earth. This is not the sun going supernova. This is solvable. We have solved it in the past. We now have a blueprint and the experts to solve it in the future. All we need now is the national will. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here.
As we commence our two panel discussions this afternoon, we've got four expert witnesses to give us some perspective and insight for which the panel is particularly grateful. The first panel this afternoon is about DoD biodefense science, technology, research, and development. And our distinguished panelists include Dr. Christian Hassel, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Chemical and Biological Defense, Department of Defense. And before that, he had the challenge of being the director of the FBI Investigation Laboratory. Welcome, Chris. Thank you to have you here. And his colleague that will join us as well is Dr. Justin Sanchez, Director of Biological Technologies Office, DARPA. So we're grateful to have your presence here as well.
Thank you for having me.
I will let you choose, flip a coin, who goes first. Chris, you want to start off?
Okay, sure. Thank you.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Hass.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor Ridge and Senator Lieberman, and to the whole panel. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and describe what we're doing in the program.
Can we get that mic closer? Good.
Okay. So as was, is this here? Can you hear me?
Good.
Okay, as was discussed by Dasdy Maurer, as he assigned many of his answers to me, he talked about the Department of Defense having issued a new National Defense Strategy last year. So I'd like to first describe how the Chemical and Biological Defense Program fits into that. Now, I have to admit, I'm a big fan of this new National Defense Strategy. And one key piece of it is it easily and succinctly fits on a single piece of paper. So one problem with strategies is they look good while people develop them, but they go on a shelf. So I like the fact that this is one that everybody can get behind. There's three objectives or lines of effort as they're referred to. So I'll address these in turn as they relate to research, development, and acquisition of technology for chemical and biological defense. The first line of effort is to build a more lethal force. Now, first, it may sound odd to talk about lethality in the context of a chemical and biological defense program. So for the record, let me state clearly and without exception, the Department of Defense does not have an offensive chemical and biological weapons program. Again, I represent the Chem Bio Defense Program, which also includes radiological. We just haven't formally changed the name yet, but it does include RAD as well. So having said that, the program has an important role in ensuring the lethality of our fighting forces. And that is, those forces, and Dasdy Maurer made this point too, they must survive and fight in an environment that may be contaminated with chemical or biological weapons agents. So that survive to fight is a key distinguishing factor here. And our program provides the equipment and the systems that those warfighters need to survive these situations, carry out their mission. And this includes detection and diagnostic systems, protective suits, gloves and masks, vaccines and therapeutic drugs, and decontamination systems. And then the associated information systems that tie many of these things together. Other DoD programs provide technology solutions for other related areas such as counterproliferation and weapons elimination, but we're closely partnered. Now, a challenge for this particular line of effort is balancing preparedness and modernization. This is really no different than any, even when I spent 10 years in the chemical manufacturing field earlier in my career. We had the same challenge there. We had to make sure that we were developing and building our manufacturing capability, but they were also maintaining our research and development arm. So similarly here, we have this dual responsibility to assure preparedness, but ensure that we're modernizing, that we're bringing innovation into the whole system, and we're better prepared for the future. This, these lines of efforts also crosswalk very well with the National Biodefense Strategy. I'm focusing mostly here today on the National Defense Strategy, but for example, this one line of effort is where we tie in the NBS aspects of prevent, prepare, respond, and recover, as Dasdy Maurer talked about earlier. So the second line of effort is to strengthen alliances and attract new partners. Now here we work deeply and broadly with our international allies. In most cases, these are very effective collaborations for which we can demonstrate a business advantage. That is, we can have quicker time to implementation or other ways, other metrics we might have for return on investment, in addition to just the goodwill of the international collaboration. Likewise, we collaborate across the U.S. government in similarly cost-beneficial relationships. Examples here include working with all elements of HHS, that is NIH, FDA, CDC, and others, for medical countermeasure development, that's vaccines, therapeutic, drugs, and diagnostic systems. We work with DHS for detection and protection systems, and we work with DHS and EPA together on decontamination systems. Finally, we work with Department of Justice elements, for example, FBI and DEA, for first responder-related technology. We further have multinational, multi-agency interactions. And so 2 examples here, we worked along with HHS, Canadian Department of Defense, and Public Health Canada on Ebola therapeutics. So it was a 4-way collaboration across departments and nations. Similarly, we worked with DHS, and then along with the UK Ministry of Defense and the UK Home Office on fentanyl-related matters for the chemical side. So speaking personally, having served in several U.S. government departments, I'm very passionate about interagency cooperation and collaboration. And that passion, I have to say, is generally shared among my counterparts. I'm very proud of that collective spirit, and more importantly, I'm proud of the end results that do accrue from that. And I know that's a lot of questions here for this panel, so I'd be happy to answer more detail of this in addition to what I'm going to present this morning, or this afternoon. Despite how well I think it's working, I do believe that the National Biodefense Strategy can help us go further and will help us to demonstrate the strength of those collaborations. But at the same time, I need to stress that each of our respective departments have different requirements, and these differ to varying degrees. So as I said at the beginning, the Chem Biodefense mission is to protect, to fight. Survival alone isn't enough. Likewise, the FBI has unique requirements to collect intelligence and to preserve and analyze evidence, all for the purpose of attribution and ultimately prosecution. And if you permit me a couple of other examples, DoD systems are generally engineered so that training can occur quickly to accommodate the high turnover of active duty warfighters. That higher turnover is higher compared to the civilian sector, where you may have more long-term civilian operators of the equipment. Likewise, we develop medical countermeasures for a relatively young, smaller, healthy population than the population at large. And as I repeat several times, we protect that population so that they can continue their mission. Whereas HHS has a much broader remit for all of the population size and demographics. Now, I'm not saying that this mission divergence is never an excuse for not sharing information. So again, I know this has been raised as a concern, and I do want to do whatever we can to address that, and I welcome any examples that the panel or others may have where we're not sharing information, or more importantly, not sharing technology, because we do either need to dispel that misunderstanding, or if we do have examples of that, I can speak for my other department counterparts, we want to fix it. So again, to summarize, we do work together, we enjoy working together. Many of us spend time in formal meetings and informal meetings together. Most of us in senior leadership have spent time working in each other's departments. And one thing I'm seeing more and more is this is true of younger staff as well. I think behind me there are many people from other departments who can point to other departments that they themselves worked in as well. So this cross-fertilization is occurring much more. So let me turn to the third line of effort is reforming the department. A lot has been written in the last few years about the challenges of federal acquisition regulation. This is our process for acquisition and procurement. While this system can, when it's properly executed, result in rock-solid systems that are second to none, the cost is high, both in funds and in time. This is a particular challenge when we're trying to stay abreast of the speed of innovation. Currently, DoD leadership is very actively leading change to make the system more responsive and flexible. We're even encouraged at times to try to be, quote, creatively compliant. So this is trying to infuse throughout the culture of the department to try to lean forward and do more. Several alternative acquisition mechanisms are now in increasing use, and again, they're being strongly advocated, for example, by the current Undersecretary for Acquisition and Sustainment. Ms. Ellen Lord makes a very strong, constant push that we explore other ways of doing business that are more efficient. Two examples are middle tier acquisition, and the other one is called Other Transaction Authority, or OTA. The goal with both of these is to better match commercial industry standards for technology development. The Chem Biodefense program is led in both of these areas. We started development of the Army's first middle-tier acquisition product, which was a medical countermeasure, and we have established 2 other transactional agreements, or OTAs, one for medical and the other one for more broadly addressing countering WMD. Now, these OTAs are basically industrial consortia that are centrally managed to distribute awards, in our case, for prototype development. And there's an emphasis on non-traditional performers, new performers, small businesses, and also the member companies do not need to possess all of the required government overhead infrastructure, all of the accounting systems and the things that are very onerous and prevent people from really being attracted to working for the government. This is meant to mitigate to a large degree. The Countering WMD OTA currently has 253 industrial members, and it was created such that DoD components abroad, not just within our program, but any other program within the department could use that mechanism. So such missions as counterproliferation, elimination, like I mentioned earlier. A key aspect of this, though, is we created this so that any other department could use this, because the other departments are also bound by the same federal acquisition regulations as well. So to date, DHS has issued 2 solicitations through this OTA. So it's somewhat nascent, but we're excited about what this can really bring to really helping us speed the development of innovation. And this is going to be increasingly important if we're going to keep up with emerging threats. So let me turn to that for a moment. For biodefense, we've long focused on a specific list of threat agents known as the Biological Select Agent and Toxins List, the BSAT. So this, combined with intelligence regarding our adversaries, has led us to focus largely on a set of specific agents. But we've known for many years that organisms could be genetically modified. Again, this goes back several decades. And thus we've long tried to pursue solutions that could address these potential new threats. Sometimes you hear the term threat agnostic, but these are broad-based solutions that we might use. 2 examples, using a flexible pharmaceutical platform technology. This is kind of a warm start capability to have it ready to quickly produce new therapeutics and vaccines if we get an emerging biological threat, for example, something we weren't expecting. And by the way, this is both for things that might be intentionally used as well as things that might come just naturally occurring. So we do definitely deal with that here as well. Other technologies we looked at is more emphasis on fieldable genetic sequencing. Again, this is a tool that we can use more broadly to determine what we're coming up against. That's just a couple of examples. But we're now in the midst of an incredible period of engineering biology advancements, and this includes the area of synthetic biology, which was mentioned a couple times earlier. As you probably know, techniques like CRISPR have been on the front pages of major newspapers, a lot of television programs, TED Talks and such. So it's entering the more mainstream vernacular now, and for some of us this is fascinating. So one positive aspect of this is our program is actively engaging using these new techniques to help us develop solutions faster. So I mentioned those platform technologies earlier. The key to making those work are some of these new synthetic biology techniques that we can use to more quickly re-engineer those platforms to produce a new medical countermeasure. Now, as we said, and there's a lot of promise to this, but there's also a potential peril. And that these techniques could be used by adversaries to produce new and more dangerous pathogens. And possibly more rapidly, and without the same degree of expertise needed for more classical genetic modification techniques. I say possibly because there's a wide spectrum of opinion right now regarding the true nature of the threat posed by synthetic biology. So to help determine the degree of peril and what we might do to mitigate it, I've devoted much of my time, for example, over the last couple of years, and those of my entire team, working with academia and the industrial sectors, and that has led to our sponsorship of the National Academy of Sciences consensus study on synthetic biology. I brought a copy today. This is available to download, and I'll make sure you have the website to download that. And there's a 4-page summary that I've provided so that everyone can have that to take away a hard copy. I should say that we sponsored this study, but we involved the interagency and especially the intelligence community from the beginning, from even the initial kickoff or the concept meetings that we had with the academy representatives. We included the interagency because I wanted this to be not only a consensus from the technical community, but a consensus product that the government offices and departments could use. Now, the report's overarching recommendation is, quote, biotechnology in the age of synthetic biology expands the landscape of potential defense concerns. The DoD and its partnering agencies should continue to pursue ongoing strategies for chemical and biological defense. These strategies remain relevant in the age of synthetic biology. DoD and its partners also need to have approaches to account for the broader capabilities enabled by synthetic biology now and into the future. So to boil that down, it validates the current approach we're using, but it says we shouldn't just rest on that there's more that we should be doing. So we're now incorporating the other recommendations in the report into our overall plan and strategy. And again, we're doing this with our interagency partners. Bob Caddick's name has been mentioned many times. He and I were on the phone last night about this and a couple of other topics. We are working on this together. One example of an approach we're using to address this, and again, to harness both, sorry.
No, go ahead. I want to give Justin a little time as well. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to mention that we're participating in an industry university organization called the Engineering Biology Research Consortium. So this is a large group made up of 60 academic researchers and a number of industrial leaders in this field. So we and HHS are sponsoring this both for what we can get out of it broadly, but we're also sponsoring a security working group within that to look at what some of the peril issues are that we may do to follow on to this. So we're looking forward to what we'll get out of that. And so maybe just to sum up, I really want to emphasize that EBRC because that's really how we're working, again, with the broader community. Finally, I just wanted to address, because Governor Ridge, you had a question about training.
Correct.
And if I can maybe anticipate a question.
You're going to get it sooner or later. So
okay, so well, I wanted to make sure I got it, so I want to go ahead and address it if I can proactively. That is, we do have a strong responsibility, as you well know, to work with our state and local partners. So again, with DHS as the lead, but also with very strong White House leadership, there was formed a first responder working group that was most recently exercised after the nerve agent attack in the UK. So we worked together on that, and we've now issued for all first responders to access, and we can give you the site where that's available. All first responders can go and get those materials for how to deal with a nerve agent attack in their local community, both for the medical side as well as the first responder, police, and hazmat. So with that, I'll turn it over to Justin, and I'll welcome your questions in a moment. Thank you.
Yes.
Great.
Dr.
So thank you.
Sanchez.
Yes.
And thank you, Dr. Hazel.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony today. So again, I'm from DARPA. We're the agency that creates and prevents strategic surprise for our country. The office that I direct, our mission is to create breakthrough biotechnologies and capabilities to defend the homeland. And when I say defend the homeland, let me give you some granularity on that. I mean things like being able to detect any threat, anytime, anywhere, delivering instantaneous scalable countermeasures, and revolutionizing warfighter readiness, recovery, and overmatch. While these may sound like very broad areas and important areas for our country, I'd also like to share with you the work that we're doing, the kinds of work that we're doing that is delivering upon the promise of all of this. Now, remember, we're on the very leading edge of science and technology development, everything from the foundational work and up to early areas of applied technology. And so with that in mind, if we break down the biothreat problem, it's all about time, okay? So pandemics don't wait. We're usually behind the clock when it comes to these kinds of threats. So let's go to the earliest point in time when we could potentially intervene. We have a program called Preempt, which is looking at the jump of pathogens from animal reservoirs to humans. We're aiming to develop technologies that prevent those pathogens from being able to make that jump, and maybe we could stop those threats before they even have a chance to make an impact on humans. If we kind of move along the timeline a little bit more, if we think about all of us here today, we're in the middle of flu season. We may be exposed to flu, but are asymptomatic. And what that means is that even though we're asymptomatic, we could still be shedding virus to the people around us. And so that problem really concerns us. We have a program called Prometheus, which aims to try to find early biomarkers of when people have been exposed to pathogens. And we can detect that exposure even though they're not showing symptoms. And again, you can imagine the implications. If our country had a capability like this, maybe we could stop those outbreaks from even occurring. Again, if we kind of move along the timeline one more step, let's say we are faced with a pandemic. How do we more rapidly put our countermeasures into place? We have a program called the Pandemic Prevention Platform Technology. Again, I would like to echo the comment that was just made about building platform technologies. It's absolutely the way that our country needs to go. And let me share with you a little bit of an idea behind what makes this pandemic prevention platform technology so powerful. So today, whenever we create vaccines or countermeasures, it could take months to years to even figure out what it is. It could take even months or years even to produce that countermeasure. And even if you can deliver it to a person, it can take weeks to months to actually be effective. That timeline, again, is far too slow. At DARPA, we're developing new technologies that we could use something called gene-encoded antibodies. That's the blueprint your body would need to create the most effective antibody that you would need to counteract that pathogen. And what we envision there is that people could have near instantaneous protection if we're able to actually produce that. So again, back to some of the questions that were posed earlier, as we think about our forces going into some of the most challenging places in the world, if we could deliver to them that instantaneous protection, it could change the way that we deal with some of those situations. And then lastly, not only is it the threat that may be emerging or, again, either natural or engineered, but some of these threats also rapidly evolve, right? They rapidly change. So if we think about one countermeasure for one bug, for example, that's not good enough. At DARPA, we're thinking about those rapidly changing pathogens and have a program called Intercept that can outcompete the changing nature of some of those pathogens and can kind of tamp it down before it has the ability of transforming itself. Okay, so that's just a very high-level overview of a handful of the things that we're doing. We think that it'll change the national security landscape. But I'd also like to make a few comments about the transitions of the technologies that we're doing at DARPA. Okay, so we take transition very seriously, even though we're on the bleeding edge of science and technology development. We engage our transition partners from the very moment that we start conceiving of a program. We think transition is not something that you do at the end, it's something that you do at the beginning. And let me give you some very concrete examples of this. So I mentioned the program called Prometheus, right? This is detecting if somebody had been exposed to a pathogen but is asymptomatic. We just recently formed an agreement with Asper and BARDA to take that technology that we're developing at DARPA. They're going to layer on, let's say, wearable technology on top of what we're doing and then try to deploy that in the home. All right, so you can imagine we show proof of concept, ground truth for that breakthrough technology. We work with some of our partners across the interagency. We try to get into a very relevant situation like the home. If we can prove out that technology, we could potentially scale it to millions of people if it does end up to work in that very powerful way. The second example that I'd like to share with you today, and again, this is a very real one that we're dealing with, the outbreak of Ebola in Africa right now. As a result of the 2015 Ebola supplement, we worked very hard with our interagency partners to come up with an antibody for Ebola. We just formed an agreement with JPEO to manufacture the monoclonal antibody 114 that is currently being used in Africa. That technology is saving lives as we speak. We've been able to knock down the lethality of Ebola. It's usually 70% fatal. We're at 20% right now, again, in a real life kind of a scenario. So again, real lives are being saved as a result of the accelerated work that we're doing and then partnership across the interagency. The last thought that I'd just like to share with you before we ask or have the question sessions is at DARPA, we are about to pioneer a very different kind of an idea. We are aiming to develop what we're calling a national immune system. Okay, so our country has defense systems for any number of threats that's out there, but when it comes to biological threats, we don't have something like a national immune system. And why are we calling it this? Well, just like our own body's immune system is adaptable and capable of real-time countering any kind of threat that may be out there, we would like to develop a biodefense strategy and set of technologies that we could use in a very similar way to defend the homeland. And so what is it going to take to do this? Well, it needs to be ready, generalizable, it needs to recognize and proportionally respond to those threats. We need to develop technologies that, again, are dynamically resilient. These are technologies that don't necessarily exist today, but we think at DARPA we can do it. We'd like to integrate some AI into all of this so that we can have networked, predictive kind of analytics, and then have flexible deployment. So one of the things that I'm sure is on your mind right now when we think about threat spaces, we kind of have a centralized way of developing those countermeasures. At DARPA, we've pioneered distributed ways of developing those countermeasures and deploying them in the field to many different people. So again, as we embark on this journey, we think it's a journey that DARPA needs to take together with our partners across the interagency. If we can prove out that technology, we think that we can develop a whole new set of capabilities to defend the homeland. So with that, very much like to take your questions.
Very good. I'll start quickly. Thank you, Governor. Thanks to both of you. Very interesting, very helpful. So last November, the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Jim McDonald, told us that his office had begun a partnership with the Department of Defense to test new technologies for the BioWatch program, which, if you've seen our report, we feel has grown old and deficient and is way behind contemporary, current technology, probably technology that DOD possesses, although that's what I want to ask you. So I want to ask you two things. Am I right that in generally evaluating what DOD is doing to realize the mission of DOD, that, including force protection, that you've developed technologies that are superior to the ones we have domestically for BioWatch? And this could be Dr. Hessel or Dr. Sanchez. And then the second part of it is, how is the cooperation going with DHS, presumably with the hope or goal of taking some of the superior technologies you have and making them available for domestic use?
So I can start at least what we've been doing with what's near term or currently available. For several years now, we've had a very strong effort to do more to protect our bases, our posts, forward operating bases, and others. We have sensors and other things that we have on those sites. There's other things like radar, other things that we're doing just to generally check the security of those things in addition to the ChemBio rad nuke sensors. So this is meant to be a holistic system that is basically monitoring what's going on and what might be coming that's not expected. So certain aspects of that do have good application in the civilian side as well. So there's two particular pieces of equipment, government off-the-shelf equipment. It's not, right now it's not generally commercially available, but it is available to government. So we've provided both of those pieces of equipment to DHS, and they're evaluating those, whether or not they would be applicable. More broadly, we've got what we're calling the integrated early warning system. That's the program that we have for protecting that base or that post. DHS, they have their Biodefense 21 initiative. So what we've done is we put both of those teams together. They're working together very well right now, and they have formal meetings, and there's just working groups that are going. And then quarterly, the senior leadership of both organizations and the subcomponents under them get together for a review, just to make sure it's on track, that there's no barriers that are coming up that are preventing that sharing of information and sharing the technology. So he was right. It is going. It's not ready to deploy yet. We're still working out some of the bugs even on the DoD system, but we're making sure we're working with them as we work that out. So we can, as soon as we're ready, they could instantly make use of those lessons.
Okay, good. Dr. Sanchez, you want to add to that from DARPA's point of view?
So without a doubt, we need to deploy existing near-term kind of technology. But the thing that keeps me up at night is that biotech, it moves so fast. We could all wake up tomorrow morning and there could be a completely transformative technology that changes the game on that. So let me give you, again, a concrete example. So microbes, using microbes as sensors. 2 years ago, that may have seemed like a science fiction kind of a technology. At DARPA, we've already developed very early examples of being able to characterize what we call the microbiome of different locations. We understand how different scenarios affect that microbiome and can come up with very quantitative perspectives into the scenario that may be unfolding there. And again, what the asset that I would have is that as these technologies emerge and we de-risk them and we prove the ground truth of what they can do, we need pathways within the Pentagon and beyond in order to get those technologies into play.
Absolutely.
And again, the more that we can do that, I think the safer our country will be.
So let me ask you both about the difficulties of taking some of the technologies you develop for the protection of well-defined areas like a military base, and then taking it and trying to move it out more broadly into our big country. Obviously, we know where population concentrates, you could limit it, but how hard is that to do?
Well, just an initial thought. So I just took my entire team to New York City.
Yeah.
And we said, okay, let's think about a mega city like New York City. Let's engage with the fire department, the police department, the DoD. Let's share with them some of the technologies that we have coming out of DARPA. And let's start to come up with some concepts of operations for how we would scale this in a place like New York City. So again, I mentioned this national immune system at the end of my introductory remarks. I would love to take a first step and try to get some of those technologies into play to do a proof of concept of really what's possible.
Okay, I'm good. Did you want to add anything?
Well, no. What I'll do is I'll take it back to the steering group on this thing and make sure they're capturing that as they're going along, because there may be lessons that we should be capturing as we continue to refine this process.
So far, we've been lucky, blessed, whatever, that we haven't had a significant biological attack in the U.S. since the anthrax attacks, but it's not because we have a great technological defense out there. There may be other reasons related to the intelligence community, to security, to defense, et cetera. But we can't, we got to get with it. And I just had the feeling, which I believe you've confirmed today, that for very good reasons associated with the mission of the Department of Defense, you've actually developed subsystems that are better than what we have out there protecting the general population. And obviously the second part that's encouraging is that you're working together with the domestic Homeland Security agencies to try to transfer some of those breakthroughs to protect the population. Thanks, Governor. Thank you both.
Senator Daschle.
Just kind of building on Senator Lieberman's questions, I think I'm going to continue to come back to two of my biggest concerns: organization and resources. And you're on the ground. You work in a very profound way on the R&D responsibilities that you share and that you've been so successful in addressing. But as you look to the organizational infrastructure that we have to contend with, what would you say are the two or three most problematic impediments to greater integration, to greater cooperation, to greater understanding. You're in different physical locations. You've had different traditions in terms of how it is this organization got to be where it is. You have different funding streams. I mean, I could think of myself a number of them, but in your minds, what do you think are the most critical impediments that we're going to have to think about as we worry going forward about greater integration?
Yeah. So a couple thoughts on that one. So the two ingredients that have been most successful for us in working across the interagency and building the community to do this is one is in each one of the organizations coming together on a common capability that we feel strongly about. And if we can identify what that capability is, we rally our teams to actually deliver what that capability is. Right? And again, those examples, for example, working with BARDA, working with JPO, there was something very specific that we said, look, we got to do this together. If we don't do this, our country is going to be vulnerable. So that's step number one. Step number two is reducing the bureaucracy and finding ways to say yes, finding ways to mobilize the resources and people to actually carry that out. And, DARPA, part of the reason why DARPA is able to do the magic that it does is that we have very little bureaucracy with what we do. We have people that are trying to say yes to really good ideas. And if we can kind of take some of those elements and again work across the interagency and find other people that want to say yes to good ideas, and we have a mechanism for deploying those funds, I really think we can make a difference in the long run.
Anything else, Dr. Russell?
Maybe, one thing I'm concerned about right now in particular is, are we balancing the material and the non-material solutions to these challenges that we're facing? I feel sometimes that maybe it's an American a tendency to hope that technology will be the solution. But I think at times the technology people need to have a more honest discussion with the people that are on the training, the doctrine, the policy side about really what is in the realm of the possible. Now, notwithstanding my distinguished colleague here, we're always going to keep an eye out and hope for the best. But there's some key things that science just makes a very hard challenge. And I feel sometimes maybe we're afraid that it might risk our funding. I'm not sure why, but I'm trying to garner that or engender that conversation more and more so that we can start working together. And I'm just speaking organizationally within our own department. But I also see that extending out within the interagency, because there you have this non-material, material sort of push-pull issue going on. But there, when we talk about barriers to working together, it's often not a willingness to share technology or information. It's defining the mission space. Who owns the turf? Who's going to do what? That's where sometimes those conversations can bleed over into what would be perceived as an inability to share information and technology. So I think as we can improve some of this doesn't cost any money either, would be one thing, is we can just sort of try to do what we can to have some of these conversations. Within the department, I'm hoping this Unity of Effort Council will be one mechanism to do that. And then, again, the Biodefense Strategy does contain aspects of this, and we can also use that.
So given the fact that we've only had 5 or 6 months now since the Biodefense Strategy was released, to what extent have you actually interacted with ASPR so far? ASPR, of course, is given the responsibility to coordinate.
Right.
You're part of the overall organization. Just on a sort of a practical basis, how often and in what context do you actually integrate today with ASPR?
Yeah. So at DARPA, we just signed an MOU with ASPR, with Bob Kadlik. And that is a kind of an umbrella agreement, so both of our organizations can work on these very important problems. And then we also signed this MOA with BARDA to actually implement the work that we said that we were going to do together. So again, these are very concrete examples of actions that we've already taken and we expect to do more in the future.
Right. We've long had a relationship there, even before Bob was in that office. That was always our partner because we had to work together informally. There's also formally the Public Health Emergency Medical Countermeasures Enterprise, the FEMC. That's a mechanism for bringing the interagency together and deciding who's going to do what, really to boil it down. That's predominantly led by our two departments, and so we're rewriting the FEMC right now to show how we can take good to great. But like I say, we got each other on the speed dial. We work very, very closely together at all levels, not just Bob and myself, but at all levels. Justin and I are often in meetings with Bob, talking about some things and what we can move forward. So, like I say, the formalities of the strategy are going to allow us to do this in a way, and as was mentioned, the metrics and other things will allow us to demonstrate that. But it already is very, very healthy.
So one final question, just to what extent are resources still a very limiting factor for you? Are you able to do most part, how would you characterize or categorize the degree to which budget is still a factor in your scope of activities and responsibilities?
So for DARPA, our budget as an agency has been pretty flat for the last 30 years. So we've done a tremendous amount with the resources that we've been provided. But again, putting more granularity, if we want to do something like a national immune system, that is going to take more effort and more resources across the interagency to do something at that scale. And so I think some thought needs to be given that if we truly want to deliver upon that, what is it really going to take to do it? One additional kind of angle on all of this is that while we've been talking a lot about science and technology here, there's also the element of the bioeconomy. Right, and again, when we think globally about the rise of biotechnology, there is how both large and small nations are leveraging biotechnology for health, for agriculture, for any number of application spaces, and how leading those domains also plays into the national security domain. To me, I think that they're very much linked. So again, as we think about the goals of this panel, we shouldn't be blindsided by that other element.
The only thing I would add is I'll go back to what I said earlier about the preparedness versus modernization. We tend to focus a lot on the modernization aspect. What are we doing to develop technology and to buy new technology? What we're finding is when we look at just buying the things that we have developed, and in our case, my program pays for things for 2 years and then turns it over to the services to then take on the further purchases, the sustainment aspect. We're finding there's a little bit of a gap there. And it's not so much that we don't have good equipment, but we don't have enough of it deployed. So we're going through that and reanalyzing all that. We have a very intense effort right now to look at that balance between those two to see what we need to move forward.
One more thought to build upon Chris's comment is if you also think about biotechnology through the lens of what we do, let's say for other military technologies. So let's say, again, if we were building a weapon system, there is a natural kind of transition partner in the big DoD. When it comes to biotech, there isn't necessarily that same kind of landing spot within the department. So again, if we could find ways to establish those transition links, again, it would be tremendously helpful for the broader mission that our country has.
That's an important point. Well, thank you both. Appreciate your answers and your testimony.
Thank
you. So thinking about the relationship between the private sector biotechnology companies that produce countermeasures and vaccines and so forth, it's a relationship that's been fraught with the federal government for a very long time. First, knowing what it is that the government wants them to come up with, and then if they come up with it, will the government buy it? Will the FDA regulatory regimes work for the new technologies, and will they continue with regard to the sustainability of making the product, stockpiling the product? Could you give us either or both of you, your assessments of where we stand, how much progress we've made in terms of those factors, and where we still need to go, where the work needs to be done is?
A couple initial thoughts. So when it comes to the regulatory side of things, so we engage early and often with FDA and other regulators across the interagency. My experience has been that they've been incredibly forward-leaning. When we go in and say, here's the technology that's coming down the pipeline, do you have a way of evaluating this technology and establishing a pathway that we can actually get it to people. And again, I've been extremely impressed by the progress that we've been making with our partnerships on that front, okay? Beyond, let's say, getting regulatory approval to do some of or use some of the technologies that we're talking about here, one of the things that we've worked on with industry is that we've recognized very early that when it comes to, let's say, countermeasures for biothreats, it's very often hard to sustain those kinds of technologies in the absence of a biothreat, right? So we've asked the question, what other kind of, let's say, health or related industries could benefit from the kinds of technologies that we're developing? Let's build a warm infrastructure and base to sustain that work. Those companies get a revenue stream behind that kind of work. And then if the government or our country ever needs that technology in a time of emergency, we have agreements with them that they can switch that technology to the national security side of things and deploy it immediately.
Let me just interrupt you, because when you're talking about that sort of dual use capability is what I understand you to be describing there, and you want to encourage those other avenues so that they can sustain their operations and be ready for an emergency. Is that sort of theoretical thinking, or is there actually things
It's very real. So here's
what I mean is, I don't mean is the capability theoretical or not. I mean, is the support, are there things that you can do specifically, whether it's financially or with guarantees or whatnot, to actually catalyze that kind of arrangement?
Yes, so the technology, the infrastructure, the agreements, and the incentives are all there. And let me give you the example. So I'd mentioned earlier we have this pandemic prevention platform. This is what we call the gene-encoded antibodies. It turns out that same kind of technology could be used for cancer therapeutics. So those groups that are building gene-encoded antibodies for a biothreat, they're trying to build those businesses for, new approaches for dealing with cancer. Again, I would anticipate that if they build that huge business and they have the infrastructure to build those countermeasures, again, that's a huge, what we call warm infrastructure that can be pivoted in any way that we need in the future.
And are the companies saying that logic makes sense to them as well?
Okay. Absolutely.
If I may add, just one aspect is we just got to listen to them. Small pharmaceutical companies don't want to work with us. There's just not the profit incentive there for them, because we're not going to buy, millions of doses. Now that's a broad statement, but by and large, the numbers are fairly small just because we're protecting the warfighters, and that's a limited population. It's also very expensive. These are not. In many cases, they may not be things that they could recapture on the open market. So we just have to listen to them more and hear what their concerns are, then look at a way to address those concerns. So when we formed this other transactional agreement system, this OTA, it took a while to attract people into it. But when we started, creating a buzz, we now have 186 companies in that, just on the medical OTA. So that's a really important tool to be, drawing from, listening to them, hearing what works, what doesn't, and then more importantly, doing something about what we're hearing and trying to change our processes. And right now we have an environment in the process, it's very fertile for making that change.
Well, that's good to hear, because for biotechnology companies in general, they have about a 1 in 10 chance of succeeding with any project.
Right.
And so when their investors are looking at that risk, it's steep enough. And then the question about whether it's going to be purchased and whether it's going to be purchased sustainably and all, it just makes the odds go so against the investors that they need as much assurance as they can to do that.
If I can just add, I'm sorry, but the one thing about the OTA I didn't mention is it is a way of sort of kickstarting some partnerships. So maybe a small startup doing the initial technology development, but they could partner with a larger pharmaceutical company who's better at the engineering and scale up. And so there's a number of ways this could be handed off to people that's really their core competency. Mm-hmm. But again, having this sort of incubator to do this would be the key.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Welcome to you both, and thank you for being here. Really very, very informative. A special welcome to my former colleague, Dr. Hassel. He and I worked together at the FBI when I was chief of staff to a then little-known Washington lawyer named Bob Mueller.
Whatever happened to him?
What's he doing now?
Yeah. So nice to see you again, Chris.
I'm sorry, couldn't help myself.
So two questions. One, kind of getting your thoughts on the how we should be thinking about the risk-reward balance on the synthetic bio piece. And so I toss that to both of you. And then the other, I want to come back to something Senator Daschle raised. So, but let's start with the synthetic bio piece.
Well, I guess the thing I'm trying to get across people is don't fear it. Because I'm afraid that's sort of throwing up barriers, and people are assuming these doomsday scenarios that it's going to create. And sometimes that conversation keeps us from realizing we can capture the positive aspects. Because again, we do need that. I think, the other thing is actually just proving it out, actually showing, we've been using it for some time, we just don't call it that. So it's almost like a marketing aspect. We just need to show where we have been using synthetic biology, engineering biology, whichever terms we want to use, advanced biotechnology, showing how we're making use of that. And again, we have these conversations on, if there's a potential regulatory issue, we just got to make sure if anything is done to even talk about that it's understanding. We got to make sure it doesn't hinder us by doing so. So that's part of it.
Yeah, and to build upon that, so you mentioned the CRISPR technique, CRISPR-Cas9. It's a tool, okay? It's a tool, and how you implement that tool makes all the difference in the world. And one of the things that we've tried to pioneer is use gene editing kinds of technologies to produce new materials that are of strategic importance for our country, materials that we couldn't develop with traditional chemistry kinds of approaches. So just that alone opens up an entire opportunity space that if we didn't have that technology would be far, far behind others in the world. With that being said, though, while exploring those areas, we need to deeply understand all of the intricacies of that technology, what it can do, what it can't do, and make good choices about where our country goes or doesn't go in the pursuit of those technologies.
You anticipated a follow-up I wanted to make, which is, are there existing governance mechanisms within the department to make sure exactly those types of questions are being asked as you're looking at this technology?
Yeah, so there's a lot of existing guidance in place about the use of agents and things like that. And I think a lot of that language also covers some of the work in the gene editing domain. But again, it's a rapidly evolving area. So what I think that means for all of us is that we need to actively consider what the future may hold. And we need to actively ask the ethical, legal, social implications of what we do, and not kind of think of that in a secondary kind of a nature. It's a first priority that goes along with doing that kind of work.
Okay. Very, very helpful. Kind of a secure by design approach.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
One more question, if I might, Mr. Chairman. Senator Daschle asked you about impediments. I wanted to focus in a little bit on this question of transferring innovation at the DoD and DARPA level to state and local and domestic authorities. I think what we have seen over the last decade and a half is innovation and protective measures that we've been able to take and the military has been able to develop against, for instance, the CT threats, against the terrorism threat, rather, or cyber threats, being able to transition those to civilian use to great effect. What kind of formal mechanisms, if any, are there underway to do the same on the biothreat front? Is there anything you would highlight for us that you think would be a good prod for this panel to be focused on, suggestions you think that we could make that could make your jobs easier in doing, I think what you said, Dr. Sanchez, finding a way to develop a real pathway for moving this technology to things like protecting soft targets. We just saw the Super Bowl being inundated by drones. You can think of a worst case scenario that none of us would want to contemplate. So help us help you, if you will.
Yeah. So there's I guess I'd have to say, the first approximation, DHS would be our agent for doing that, because they have the responsibility, again, at the first aspect of this of working with the state and locals. That said, Dirk Maurer mentioned there are civil support teams that are part of the National Guard Bureau. They work hand in hand with the local first responders. So there's an issue of interoperability there that needs to happen. So there's a formal office within DOD, the Counterterrorism Technical Support Office, CTTSO. They do a lot of that work to coordinate predominantly with the first responder community. So we have a number of agents that can do this, and they can take our equipment and do that. So the CSTs, another example is the FBI with their WMD response groups, the hazardous evidence response teams. They work with the Joint Terrorism Task Forces at the local field offices around the country. There again, there's an interoperability aspect of that, so that's another way, because we would then, the fentanyl maybe is a good example of that. We might work to develop some fentanyl detection technology. We would transfer that to our interagency partners. DEA in this case might take that and then work with their local drug enforcement, law enforcement partners. So there's a number of sort of agents that we would use to do a lot of that work.
And to build upon that, so what would DARPA do in that kind of scenario? Again, I mentioned earlier that it took a team to New York City. So let's say we would connect with the FBI, we would connect with the CSTs, we would connect with the NYPD. We would try to deliver in their hands physical technology that we, let's say, developed at DARPA, and again, we would fully support doing a large-scale demonstration of that technology. And then, the rationale is that if we can prove with those first responders that we have a new capability that transforms how they do their job, it provides the prototype for putting all the infrastructure in place to actually get that scaled to a much larger degree, right? So what could be done in parallel with us is all of the ways of forming those agreements, all of the ways of acquiring the technology, all the ways of training and equipping people to do that. If we can get that kind of on the government side of things while we're doing the science and technology development, maybe we can merge them all together in the long run. So again, it's thinking about kind of innovative ways of putting them into play sooner rather than later.
And if I'm sorry, just add, that street has to go both ways. Yeah. Having been in other departments, I relied on DOD's budget and just the huge machine that it was, and I relied on that largesse for me to accomplish my mission. We got to make sure that we're listening there as well. DEA is a perfect example. We'd never worked with the DEA. Their budget is orders and orders of magnitude smaller than my budget. They had things to teach us, so we were able to take some of the lessons that they were using in their drug enforcement mission and incorporate that in, maybe do some better engineering or other engineering for our purposes, and then push it back out. So it's a little bit of a feedback loop. So I just want to make sure, I keep trying to make sure that we're listening, that we're not just, to be honest, just we're not too arrogant about it just because of our size and budget, that we're open to new ideas.
And those organizations, they're hungry to do this kind of work. It's just a matter of moving it forward.
Thank you.
I must say, I'm listening to your response to the questions of my colleagues, and I somehow wish I could transfer your DNA to a lot of other people. When it comes to the notion of collaboration and trying to institutionalize it rather than have it being done on an ad hoc basis. To that point, Dr. Hassel, I know your base commanders, when it comes to biodefense, are very conversant with you. Want to talk about, you say, survive and fight. Well, they may be overseas bases, but I presume everybody in domestic bases pretty much got the same training, hopefully so. And then you've got the National Guard capability. We had it in Pennsylvania. I think a lot of the guards have it. Is there a program office that my successor, Secretary Nielsen, could go to at DOD and say, look, we need more frequent communication and collaboration with public health authorities and with governors and their Homeland Security folks. And we need the National Guard and these base commanders to extend their efforts and spend a little more time and more resources doing it. Is there an office, or do I recommend that she come to you, or does she go to the acting secretary?
Well, we meet frequently with Ms. McDonald and his folks, as well as, the DHS S&T people.
Right.
So that's there. I would say formally it would be between Mr. McDonald and the Assistant Secretary for NCB, Guy Roberts in OSD. But that doesn't say it has to go there. It's already happening at other levels, so I'm happy to take any reference you'd want to send my way.
I'm just curious. I mean, there's so much talk around here about interagency collaboration and public-private partnership, and I must tell you, those who have been out in both at the state level and the federal government kind of say, it's nice to talk about it, but some of us on this panel like to see it institutionalized, regularized. So if there's a dispute between DHS and DOD with regard to deployment of some of the capacity that DOD has, DHS wants it and DOD doesn't want to give it to you, who resolves that?
Well, I guess
That's not a fair, again, you're not going to resolve it. And those are the kind of things because we know in this town, it's understandable. Every department has their own priorities. Sometimes the priorities collide, but somebody has to be the decision maker. Somebody's got to break the tie. That's one of the reasons we wanted the vice president. We figured the vice president could make the tie and nobody would second guess his decision. I just raised that with you. I'm glad to know that you identified for me right away, this person can talk to this person, we'll try to work it out. That's a good start.
Right.
Once we've identified the point of access.
Right, but if I may, without, at risk of being antagonistic, I challenge the current issue that there are people who are not working together. Now, I was in support of your department back in 2004. I remember those fights.
DOD was, trust me.
No, I was a contractor to DHS, and we had people storming out of the room because they didn't want to talk to each other. That is not the case today.
Well, that's a good sign.
Right, and so like I said, we've all worked for each other. We worked
Like
in
I
each
said, I
other's
want your
departments.
DNA spread around a
But
little bit.
I would, perhaps we can invite you to some of our meetings because they actually are very healthy and strong.
Good. I think we'd all applaud it.
Okay.
And welcome it.
Right.
And let me ask you another question. There's so much science on the internet about pathogens and synthetic pathogens, and some of the nation states with whom we have to deal, we're worried about, have frankly maybe investing more in supercomputing than we are, but they're catching up, and some of us think there are a couple of those countries, at least one, that's doing even more in artificial intelligence than we are. So all of a sudden you get this combination of factors, and you have this synthetic pathogen, and suddenly somewhere out there, a couple of public health officials from around the country say there's something going out there, we've never seen it before, we've never seen this pathogen before. Its genetic makeup is different. Do we have the surge capacity to call on both all government agencies and the private sector to basically build an immediate turnaround Manhattan Project? We've never seen it before. How do we deal with that?
This is precisely why we need a national immune system that can handle that kind of scenario that you just described.
Thank you for letting me tee it up for you. Appreciate it. I thought that's what you were going after.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
But if I may just add, please, there it's not so much the silos between the departments, it's silos between technology areas. So just take cyber, because that's come up a few times. I mean, I have a very narrowly defined mission space, authorization, and appropriation. It doesn't include dealing with cyber, if you take the very narrow view of it. Then you have the cyber folks over here. They do not have any chem bio aspects. So what I'm trying to do is find opportunities to join those together, because that's where I see maybe the gaps that we're not looking at. And that's one thing we need to be cautious of is we're going to focus on biodefense, either for the strategy, this panel, and others. You need to be mindful that there's other aspects out there that need to feed into that. I know y'all realize that, but I mean, we just need to make sure that message is consistent.
Well, it's interesting because later on this year, we're going to have another hearing precisely on that integration of the bio and the cyber. Be careful, you might get invited back. My colleagues. Yes, Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. So thank you both. I think that you have really brought together some of the threads that we've heard all day. And I think that your commitment to developing and transitioning the technology that will solve some of the problems that we talked about is really important. But going sort of the reverse of your point about what if DHS wants technology that DoD has, what if DHS doesn't want technology that you have? What if there's a public, state and local public health infrastructure that's already committed to a 20-year-old technology, and it would be a major public investment to make a change in that? If you come up with something new and fantastic every year or even every 5 years, what do we do, and perhaps what can this group do to help pave the way for appropriate consideration and resourcing of new countermeasures?
So one of the things that we've learned, well, it's been known for a long time, but we're getting the message out more, is that the life cycle of any technology solution, about 70% of that is in the sustainment side. Now, industry knows this. You know, having worked in chemical plants, we knew that just keeping that thing running, just the maintenance, was a huge cost, not just building it. So in some ways that can be self-correcting, because when people finally realize the cost of that sustainment and the year-to-year bill, and especially if they keep that 20 years, just like your home and any other thing, that cost is going to rise. So they'll start creeping above 70%. That's kind of a self-fulfilling incentive in a way that they'll come and seek new technology solutions. That's kind of a way that, by and large, technology works overall. So I would see that as self-correcting. That may be too simple an answer, but there may be more we can do marketing-wise to get the message out for some of this. But
So it just doesn't seem in the current system that there is someone with responsibility. I don't really see that as your responsibility. There's a recipient or a public responsibility or a resourcing responsibility, and it doesn't seem at the moment that there's anybody taking charge of that. You don't want to point any fingers.
Dr. Martin? Yeah, just a short question. First, a comment. I think Chris is on to something that we probably need to look for innovation in non-technology solutions that probably we're not given enough attention to. But the question is, one thing that we haven't talked about, biology is expanding so rapidly in the life sciences and so forth. But what we really need, the long pole in the tent to develop countermeasures, is our scientists in the lab and industry and so forth. So what's the health of our scientific enterprise? And maybe more specifically, what role are our DoD intramural laboratories playing today? Are they still important? And what's the health of our DoD scientists?
That's a good question. Part of one of the things we're doing as a result of the report is we're going back and looking at our internal infrastructure, what we have, the organic labs that we own. What are their capabilities? And I mentioned this industry academic consortium that we're part of. There's a lot of capabilities there. I'm not going to be able to replicate at USAMRIID what they have at MIT in some of these cases. So I'm not going to try to do that. But there's other places where we do need to build it. There's some classified issues. There's, actually engineering the final product and implementing it. It does need to be done in our laboratories. We do a lot of testing, again, for military applications that we really need to do at our own facilities for the most part. So it is fairly healthy. We need to be careful, though, because some of these technologies are so attractive, and, are we going to be able to keep attracting the best and brightest minds? I'll tell you that's part of my ulterior motive of being part of this consortium as well, because we're able to talk to people about what it's like working in the government and how rewarding it can be.
That's good. Thanks.
Anything else? Dr. Troy?
Yes, Dr. Sanchez, one of the unfortunate realities of this area has long been this belief that the pathogens and the bad actors can act faster than the countermeasures. You are suggesting with the intercept and the national immune system that perhaps we can act faster than the pathogens and the bad actors. Am I reading you correctly? How long till we get there, and what are the major impediments to making that happen?
Yeah. So outpacing the pathogens is definitely a goal that we have in BTO. And let me see if I can put a few numbers on that. So again, I gave you the example of traditional vaccine development takes months to years to develop and deploy. If we're successful in this P3 program, Pandemic Prevention Platform, we're trying to develop 20,000 doses in 60 days or less. Okay, so again, that's a huge step forward. I've got some hot off the press results from the program manager that's leading that, and we're doing antibody discovery on the order of days to weeks now. Again, when it used to take months to years. So again, I think that we're making a huge stride in that. But fundamentally, the approach that we are taking is what changes the game on all of that. And again, this is what I would also encourage for the panel is we think about orthogonal approaches that give our country an advantage over our adversaries, no matter what they would do, no matter what the pathogen may be, either natural or engineered. That's the key to staying ahead.
What was the adjective before approaches?
Orthogonal.
The
orthogonal.
orthogonal. Yes.
Orthogonal.
Right, so,
and what is it?
Right, so we could continue to do traditional vaccine development in huge industrial bioreactors.
Yeah.
Or we could say, is there a better way, a
Right.
different way to delivering the antibodies that our body would need to be protective of whatever that pathogen? Right, again, that was that key ingredient for this program that gave us the advantage.
Okay, well, you taught me a new word. Now, can I briefly ask about the other new word that I learned?
Orthodox guy like you would know it.
No, I know orthodox, I don't know orthogonal. So, zoonotic
yes.
is the word I used, and I believe you said way back in your opening statement that BTO is doing some work to try to prevent the transfer of, I'll say, disease from animals to humans.
Yeah.
So just tell us a little about that.
Yeah, so there's some
That's orthogonal.
Yeah, it is orthogonal. So there are some pathogens that that we are dealing with that had their origin in what are called animal reservoirs. Okay, so think of birds, avian, or pigs, or mosquitoes, things like that. And viruses are always, when they're being transferred in those populations, they change a little bit every kind of cycle that they go through. And it turns out that there is a probability that during some of those changes, they have attributes that will then affect humans. We want to make sure that we could intervene before they have those attributes to prevent the jump of those pathogens from animals to humans. Again, this is a huge...
How would one do that? By what means?
Yeah, so first we need to understand what those changes are and what they could be and how they typically progress today in those animals.
Right.
And then maybe there would be a way to vaccinate those animals in such a way that those pathogens don't have the ability to jump from them.
That's very exciting. Good luck.
Yeah, very challenging and
Really?
definitely a DARPA kind of a problem.
But plausible.
Absolutely plausible.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yes, my colleagues, fabulous panel. Thank both of you.
Thank you very much.
With the discretion that has been extended to the chair, your 10-minute break has been reduced to 5. See you back at 25 to 3.
That's good. Unrealistic.
Yes.
30-second warning, folks. Please take your seats. Well, the study panel is very pleased to welcome the participants in panel number 3 today, the civilian perspective on defense policy and partnership. Friends of the panel for quite some time. Dan, it's good to be back with you again. Thank you. Dan Gerstein, Colonel, United States Army, retired. Sir. Senior policy researcher, RAND Corporation. Former Deputy Undersecretary of Science and Technology Director, DHS. Deborah Stell, Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army, retired. Ma'am, welcome. Good to have you here. Co-owner and Chief Operating Officer, Trifecta Solutions. Former Senior Medical Planner for Chem Bio, Radiological and Nuclear Defense, U.S. Army. And very significantly, former U.S. delegate to the NATO's Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Medical Working Group. Ladies first. Sorry, Dad. Unless you defer.
We had sort of planned this out. We're going to begin with a disclaimer, series of disclaimers. Well, first, thanks for inviting me to testify today. It's a great honor to be here again. So we recognize this is a pretty tough panel. End of a long day. We just got done with the previous panel, very, very exciting. I got so excited, I started to wonder if I was too much of a downer. But so I feel like, and we feel like, we're liable to be pretty depressing as we lay out this piece of the panel today. So
it's okay because it gives the panel a reason to continue its work.
Well, we may give you too many reasons, but so let me first say that I'm here as not a RAND affiliate today. I'm here in my private capacity, and my remarks will be about my personal thoughts and conclusions. And they're largely going to come from my experiences in OSD policy to encounter WMD, my time in DHS to include managing the 2 biodefense laboratories, NBAC and Plum Island. And then my time at RAND, I've had the opportunity to go kind of around the globe and look at some of these issues up close and personal. So a lot of my remarks today will come from that. So today I plan to discuss 4 critical biodefense issues and then provide some recommendations. So the first issue is perception of the threat. And I want to reiterate some of what's been said today, but go even farther. Biological weapons are strategic weapons, having nuclear equivalents. The former U.S. offensive program demonstrated this. For a biological attack, the forms of the disease, the onset of symptoms, and the prognosis would differ greatly from our understandings of naturally occurring disease. This needs to be factored into all preparations, planning, and investments in this area. In a biological attack for unprotected service members, in a primary aerosol, that is the original aerosol from the attack, who receive overwhelming doses, we should expect a far greater number of pneumonic cases and some pathogens, such as Yersinia pestis, the causative pathogen for the plague. This manifestation of disease would overwhelmingly be fatal, regardless of treatment. Timelines for disease onset would also be affected. Prodromal periods and incubation timelines, normally measured in days and weeks, could be shortened to hours for those receiving these overwhelming doses. The growing availability of biotechnology and knowledge to use these capabilities also places greater capacity in the hands of a wider range of actors, increasing the chance of a deliberate attack or an accident. The list of what constitutes a biological threat should also be reconsidered. In a recent article, Dr. James Giordano from Georgetown University Medical Center and I highlight the range of biological threats should be expanded beyond the traditional and engineered pathogens to include such things as immunomodulators that could cause the immune system to become overstimulated, neuromodulators for degrading cognitive performance, or even artificial biotechnology using non-biological material to alter metabolic processes to render an adversary ineffective. The second area is biosurveillance. Now, biosurveillance is an essential component to force health protection and includes syndromic, laboratory, and environmental surveillance. When I was in OSD policy, in collaboration with then Assistant Secretary of New Chem Biological Programs and Office of Health Affairs, we developed a concept for a DoD biosurveillance center. And I'm pleased to say that the recommendations were followed and the center now exists. That's the good news. The cornerstone of the center is the Armed Forces Health Surveillance Branch, which includes the Global Emerging Infections Surveillance, or GICE, and the Integrated Biosurveillance Office. However, despite the establishment of the center some 7 years ago, there remains no formal policy, as the DoD instruction remains only in draft. In addition to the center, key biosurveillance activities must include development of rapid point-of-care diagnostics, accurate and timely environmental sensors for broad area attack, warnings, and point defense, modern IT and big data tools to support timely analysis and rapid dissemination of information, and bioforensics. Today, such capabilities can best be described as being underway, and they do not largely exist in the force. Laboratory networks that facilitate real-time data sharing are also key to DoD's biosurveillance efforts, both in foreign countries where armed forces are stationed and in the United States. This includes collaboration among a family of interagency labs at Fort Detrick. These labs must continue to receive leadership attention and priority in funding as they directly relate to force health protection. The third issue is interagency preparations. The Trump administration's National Biodefense Strategy was published in September 2018. The strategy provided an extensive list of objectives and goals, but did not directly address resourcing or processes. In military jargon, the strategy provides the ends, but was very light on ways and means. Another refrain often heard is that the latest biodefense strategy has a health and human services focus. This could be a significant shortfall during implementation, and one that the community needs to watch very closely. The DoD brings significant capabilities which should be factored into any national plan. Examples include DoD's global biosurveillance contribution through the GICE program I discussed earlier, and in concert with the Centers for Disease Control, the department's medical countermeasure development process, which has resulted in an Ebola vaccine and therapeutic, as well as a smallpox therapeutic. DoD also provides support to civil authorities through organizations such as the Joint Task Force Civil Support, which can bring tailorable, deployable capabilities in either an overseas or a domestic setting. The WMD CSTs, which, Governor, you're very familiar with, that helps in the characterization of CBRNE substances and assessing consequences and advising authorities. The department's CTR program, which focuses on eliminating WMD threat, also provides a unique capacity building support to partner nations. The CTR was one of the principal organizations that provided support to the West African Ebola outbreak, providing critical laboratory diagnosis and equipment in support of Liberia, Guyana, and Sierra Leone. The final issue concerns response capabilities. We are not prepared for a significant biological threat. With each biological event, steep learning curves have been seen. Furthermore, over the past 17 years of focusing on different threats and ongoing combat and stability operations, the DoD is simply not prepared for a major biological issue. I recently led a study that looked at one of the service's preparations for conducting operations in chemical and biologically contaminated theater. We specifically examined the European and Pacific theaters, and more specifically, the Korean Peninsula. Here are some of the findings. Biodefense capabilities have atrophied across the force. Drills for operating in contaminated environments are not being routinely conducted. Coordination with host nations on support for military forces and support to local populations using military assets do not appear to have been adequately addressed. Many assumptions underpin the current plans, which have not been adequately resourced. Examples include fundamental issues such as stockage levels of protective suits, holdings of medical countermeasures, and decontamination policies. Major doctrinal disconnects exist across the force on a range of chemical and biological issues. For example, standards for movement of infectious patients and contaminated remains are not finalized, and questions remain about the doctrine and its implementations. In some cases, policies on biodefense are under consideration or being modified. However, the older versions of the guidance remain available to the force, creating confusion about proper procedures for preparedness and response to a biological attack. So that brings me to recommendations, and I'll keep this fairly short. Across the 4 critical areas, I have compiled a list of potential priorities. Continue to stress and educate senior DoD decision makers about the strategic nature of the BW threat. Ensure DoD has a core role in all National Biodefense Strategy implementation activities. Build, or in some cases rebuild, defense capabilities, biodefense capabilities across the force. Next, develop and gain approval of doctrine across the DoD community in areas such as the transport of contagious patients and contaminated remains. Continue to reinforce the importance of the Cooperative Threat Reduction CTR program in building partner capacity in biodefense preparedness, mitigation, response, and international collaboration. Gain formal approval of the policy directive that's currently in draft for the One-Stop DoD Biosurveillance Center. It should be followed up by a DoD instruction which actually describes what needs to be done and adequately resource all key biodefense activities for the envisioned threat. The focus ought to be on diagnostics, environmental sensors, IT and analytical tools, dissemination of information, and forensics. And finally, ensure that we make use of the high containment laboratory capacity that is available across the interagency. There is much to learn, and these facilities are essential to that education. Thank you again for inviting me to speak today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir. It's indeed an honor to be here. I'll follow Dr. Gerstein's example by letting you know the perspective that I'm sharing with you today. I spent 20 years in the United States Army, the last 5 to 10 working as a medical NBC planner. Then I worked for 10 years, still work for the Navy Surgeon General's office, supporting their global health engagement missions. And I've spent the last 6 months supporting the Air Force Surgeon General's office strategy shop. So these are the perspectives I bring to the remarks I share with you today. It goes without saying that these are the opinions of myself only and do not represent any official positions of the Surgeons General. Starting with an understanding of the current and emerging biological threat, far too often DoD has a bias towards preparing for the previous war, and this shows up in our dealings with the emerging biological threat as well. Despite all the great work being done at DARPA and by the DoD research and development communities, the military health system has not dealt meaningfully with the issues of the emerging biological threats. The Navy Surgeon General's office has done some stellar work in identifying non-kinetic threats that are part of the emerging operational battle space. And they identify that one of the most threatening of these new non-kinetic threats is neurocognitive weapons, which is essentially a means, a technology that can induce advanced Alzheimer's symptoms in a matter of days in our troops. And there is no, to the best of my knowledge, no ongoing research within the military health system to advise physicians on how to identify and treat this health effect. Secondly, I was thrilled to learn of the Unity of Effort Council that Dr. Hassel talked about, or maybe it was Dr. Moore, because when I was in DoD, the GAO identified that there were 13 stovepipes dealing with CBR and defense in DoD, and the only point of commonality was the Secretary of Defense. So it's good to hear that we now have a body that can deal with decisions and activities that have to cross the multiple stovepipes within DoD. One of the important things that I think DoD offers the broader federal agency is the issue that it uses the Defense Science Study Board to help provide it with technical expertise, advice, and recommendations on a range of technical subjects, one of which is explicitly CBRN defense. In their May of 18 report identifying a new approach to chemical and biological warfare defense, they urge that DoD take a defense in-depth approach, which very much resembles the recommendations made in your national blueprint. And that is stressed in several of the discussions today as we talked about the importance of developing programs that are not standalone technological development efforts, but take a more systems approach. A perfect example of this is the biodetection capabilities. In one stovepipe, we're working on detection systems and sensors. In another stovepipe, we're working on biosurveillance. What is really needed is a system in which sensors, pathogen identification, and near real-time syndromic surveillance are integrated so that if there is an alert to a biowarfare incident, we have multiple points to validate the alert. I'm also a fan of Dr. Hassel's material versus non-material balance. And on that issue, I vote for the non-material pieces as well. We've seen too often in DoD the fact that we can deliver sexy equipment to our troops without necessarily the CONOPS to use the equipment well. A good example of this is the PB tabs used in the Gulf War and then stockpiled in Iraq for Iraqi freedom. We issued the PB tabs, but the guidance to the commanders was you would release them to your soldiers when the intelligence people told you to do so. For those of you who are in DoD, I hope I don't need to tell you that the intelligence people would never tell you to do so. That's a commander's decision, not an intelligence decision. So we essentially put commanders at risk for making a very high-profile decision without any guidance on how to execute that decision. And when we talk about fielding detection systems in the field and we don't exercise the decision support mechanisms for how we respond to those detection systems, we are putting our public health officials at risk as well. In fact, this showed up in the BioWatch program in that there were multiple false alarms in various cities across the Southwest, to tularemia and others. And what ended up happening is the CDC gained a great deal of experience in responding to these threats. The local communities did not, because for each local community, it was a one-time occurrence. For the CDC, it was, tularemia again, what a surprise. This actually increased the tensions between the local and federal communities since the CDC began to seem to be a bit more, I'm searching for the politically correct term, a bit more authoritative than perhaps was best for local-federal relations. I'm going to follow Dr. Gerstein and say that, again, from a service medical perspective, I do not believe that the military health system is ready to handle a mass casualty event or a biowarfare event. They are perfectly poised and positioned to respond to another Iraq or Afghanistan. They are struggling hard now to respond to a contested area environment or a prolonged field care environment in which they are required to deliver significant trauma capabilities at the point of injury care. Biowarfare is not very high on the list of readiness concerns at this time. I think that the reason this is because biowarfare is a high-risk, low-probability event. If you develop standalone capabilities to respond to this event, over time those capabilities degrade if an event doesn't occur, and they always become vulnerable to budget cuts. If you try to push the additional mission onto people who already have 3 other missions, it's not surprising that the mission that isn't critically urgent at the moment gets ignored in favor of the wounded patients lying right in front of you. So inevitably, we have the challenge of how do we maintain our capabilities for the event that will happen when it hasn't happened yet. I do have one thought, perhaps orthogonal, for this conundrum. If global health engagement and global health security is an important mission set for DoD, and the National Defense Strategy would seem to imply that it is, then perhaps we should engage or leverage our global health engagement forces to also be our experts in biowarfare defense. As medical members rotate through these global health engagement missions, which they do quite frequently, the hospital ship Mercy can deploy as many as 1,000 different medical personnel from across all 3 services. They could then be given advanced training, exercises, and education on the issues of biodefense, and more importantly, they can share these issues with our partner nations, thus building partner capacity and interoperability. That may be a solution to how to develop and maintain a capability without imposing it upon every single person in DoD. That concludes my remarks, and I look forward to your questions.
Care to go?
Sorry?
Care to go?
Sure, please.
Senator Dash?
Well, Michelle, thank you for that recommendation. I'm intrigued by it. I think it makes a lot of sense. What if let's assume that we could convince others that that strategy and that proposal would make sense. Could you give me just your own insight as to what the impediments would be to actually trying to organizationally make it happen?
Well, first we'd have to define the goals very clearly. The initial pushback I would see is from the medical community being concerned that we were weaponizing health engagement, and that is not the intent. The intent is not to turn everyone into bio-defense or bio-offense experts, but to help our partners develop their capacity as we practice our own. So we'd have to be very clear on that. We'd also have to cooperate and integrate the cooperative threat reduction programs that Dr. Hassel talked about with the medical health engagement programs. I was a bit struck today how many conversations were held today about biodefense, and yet medical was not often mentioned. In this area, I'm a bit partisan, I have to admit, for this bipartisan panel. So crossing the divide between the non-medical and the medical would probably be the biggest impediment and would take leadership above the medics, of course.
Throughout the day, I've attempted to gain a better appreciation of the actual integration and cooperation that exists, and it's very hard to do. I've been assured all day long by others who have sat in those chairs that things are going well and that we're making real progress, and that MOUs and MOAs are, and I'm so gratified to hear that we are making progress, but I sense from both of you that while we may have made progress, we still have a long way to go in order to reach that level of integration and sophistication, if I can use that word, organizationally to accomplish our mission. If you were coordinating this, could you just give me a couple of recommendations on what you think would be the most compelling steps that could be taken to build on whatever there has been done so far? I mean, obviously we're only 5 months into the strategic plan organizational implementation, so we have to understand that it's going to take a little while. But I'm skeptical, frankly. I worry a lot, especially about DoD subjecting itself in any way to authority in HHS or DHS. And so, there's that traditional intransigence that I think just comes naturally in a bureaucracy, but especially with DoD. But give me your thoughts, if you could, on what are a couple of things we could really focus on, and what do we as a panel need to be better appreciative of if we want to move the needle some more?
Well, I think Dr. Hassel said it very well when he said it's not a matter of intent. People do not intend not to cooperate and collaborate. It is a matter of mission space. If my mission space is to go here and yours is to go over there, we literally don't have the time, space, resources, or bandwidth to come in the middle and collaborate. A lot of the organizations since 9/11 explored the issue of exchanging liaison officers as ways of helping the organizations work together. I think it was the Stratcom commander, Commander Ellis, who called that an exchange of hostages, and then they inevitably became subject to Stockholm Syndrome. I think what's needed is to, in the interim at least, have a space, a coordinated task force that could ensure that the people supporting that task force knew that their number one priority was biodefense, that it was not trauma care at the point of injury, and it was not cybersecurity, and it was not making our Air Force more lethal, agile, and integrated, but literally just biodefense. Given that clarity of purpose, we might see some real advances. But in the current DoD, to expect everyone to become better at cyber, better at biodefense, and better at jointness all at the same time seems unrealistic to me.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
So I would chime in on this. You know, we've seen this movie before. I mean, we've had good biodefense strategies before. I go back to HSPD 10. It is really the most comprehensive biodefense strategy we've had. And it failed in implementation. And there was a family of biodefense strategies that accompanied it, including, you know, the public preparedness and medical countermeasures. And they were all very good strategies. And they've all failed. You know, I can go back to Obama, PPD2, an excellent strategy for what it was. And now the Trump administration's National Biodefense Strategy. And where they fail is, and I think you identified it correctly in the first report, is on command and control. You don't have a central point of contact in charge. One cabinet secretary cannot be in charge of another cabinet secretary unless there are exigent circumstances. So for example, when we go to war, we sort of turn things topsy-turvy and we put military commanders in theaters largely in charge, although we have State Department, and so we lash it up and we kind of finesse it. But you know, in this environment where everybody comes together to coordinate and then they go back to their respective departments, the upward and downward pressure on action officers and from the senior people to support department priorities, which may include tanks and F-35s and may not include a biosurveillance system, you know, those are problems we have to encounter. So I think command and control is one, and that leads to the second, which is budget. You know, when we talk about budget, I was in the Obama administration. We were doing the PPD2 implementation. The White House was trying to do the honest broker thing and help giving us guidance. They were working with OMB and bringing it all together. And at the end of the day, it sort of fell of its own weight because you couldn't keep the commitment to continue funding and build comprehensive programs, not across a single department, but across an entire interagency. And you have, you know, you have overlapping and underlapping programs in different departments. For example, CTR is the DoD version. In state, they have CBIP. You know, so you have different programs being implemented differently. So there's no real unity of effort when it comes to the interaction. And then the final thing I would say is, you know, a lot of this, we heard about the technical pieces and what's on the horizon. And I would say that our ability to transition some of these capabilities does not necessarily keep up with the science. I heard in a previous panel that you hosted, a vaccine maker came to the table and said that from the time she received the genomic material, she could have a vaccine in 2 weeks. That doesn't count the 10 years to go through animal models, licensure, et cetera, et cetera. And so we have to work that impedance mismatch, which, you know, we're still operating on peacetime rules with regard to our biodefense system. And we have not necessarily moved away. The one exception, of course, is the Ebola, where we really were pushing hard on emergency use authorization and running things out to the field as quickly as they could be absorbed. So 3 things, I think, you know, the budgets, the command and control, and then the transition capacity.
Oh, that's really excellent. Thank you. Very helpful.
Jim?
So, Ms. Schnell, you made the comment that DoD is not really prepared for emerging infectious diseases, which of course is disappointing because a lot of people have been working on that for a very long time. So, you know, whether it's a known pathogen that's out there now or something that suddenly erupts through a mutation or what have you, how can DoD work better with private industry to enhance that capacity? And should DoD be making investments in technologies that heretofore it has not?
To clarify, a lot of my remarks refer to the ability to manage and treat casualties in such a scenario, whether the casualties were at home or in an operational environment.
So you're not, so your criticism was not lack of capacity of countermeasure, it was just the application of
Right.
them in the battlefield, okay.
Because the burden of trying to ensure that all our medical healthcare system is able to respond to a mass casualty in a bio event, that capacity does not exist, not given the current environment of trauma care as the priority, which is appropriate for the current environment.
Can I add something? There's
Please.
also a little bit of a failure to imagine the possibilities. So I was out there in the field and I was doing interviews and I was talking about, are you ready for evacuation? Are you ready for evacuations, et cetera? And the person said, oh, absolutely. We did this for Ebola. We were able to get that guy out. And I said, yeah, but what happens if you had to get 1,000 people out? And there's no answer to that. I mean, we have no containment for 1,000 people that we're going to take out of theater, and where are we going to bring them? How are we going to get them competent medical care? And so it's a failure to imagine the scale that could be generated through some sort of biological incident, event, whatever we're talking about. It could be naturally occurring, and we'd still have to deal with it. And we just simply don't understand the scale that could be coming at us.
And so the fixes are?
If I could invest in one thing, I would invest in widespread exercises at all levels of leadership. I would have the hospital at Fort Bliss go through a discovery of an anthrax attack in El Paso, and I would exercise the decision-making not just at Fort Bliss, but at the regional medical centers, and then at the Healthcare Operations Center of the Army Surgeon General, and then connecting in with CDC and with the other federal agencies. And every exercise would lead to lessons learned on what to do right. And then that would educate more broadly and encourage that imagination that Dr. Gerstein spoke about. It was one of the more seminal moments in the ChemBio history is the Dark Winter exercise shortly before 9/11. It powerfully motivated the congressional representatives.
It strikes me that if the military can't figure out how to do that with its strict rules of command and control, God knows, how unprepared the civilian responsibility are, right?
It would also be helpful, I agree with the exercise and the training and running through it, but I do think it starts with doctrine. When I came back from overseas and I heard about how they were going to evacuate and some of the plans they had, I called up to TRANSCOM, Transportation Command, that does all the strategic airlift, moving people around the world. And I finally got a hold of this lieutenant colonel, and I asked him, I said, so how would we do casualty evacuation and whatever we're going to do with remains? And I followed it up with, here's what they told me in theater. And he started sort of almost laughing, and he said, look, I'm writing the doctrine right now. It's on my computer, and this is not what we're going to do. And so there is this disconnect. So when you do training and exercises, it has to be based on how we're actually going to fight. And so I think the first thing, it really has to start with, lay it out coherently and then make sure people are cognizant of what the expectations are for all of them.
Okay, thank you both.
Ken?
Thanks, Governor. Thanks to both of you for your enlightening testimony. Dan, I wanted to follow up on a comment you made. You said that you felt like there are some problems that are arising from the sort of the HHS-centric aspect of the 2018 strategy. And you cited sort of as evidence of that there are DoD contributions that you're worried might not be fully taken advantage of. Assuming the DoD contributions to this mission are not ignored, and recognizing that we have good, strong individuals at HHS, Secretary Azar and Bob Kadlik, on the job here. Do you see other problems arising from sort of the HHS-centric focus of the strategy?
Some of this is also due to the complexity of DoD. I mean, if you look at where CTR is, that was actually in my old office. We ran it out of there, and we controlled the budgets out of that. The implementer was the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. The overseer was Andy Webershop, the Assistant Secretary for Nuke Chem Bio programs. There were people across, there were combatant commanders who had theater engagement plans. And so we're so complex in DOD that it makes it very difficult to get all the horses up and moving in the same direction. And so what I worry about is that, you can't just change the one budget on CTR and proclaim victory. You actually have to go down into other areas where spending on theater engagement plans are occurring, and you have to redirect all of those efforts as well. So, in preparation for this, I did go talk to a number of people who are fairly high up within DOD, and they expressed concern about their ability to, continue to move the process along, both long-term, but then also, I think the strategy's been out for 5 months, and, they're not exactly sure where it is right now. There are pieces that are definitely moving. I mean, that was clear. But there are other pieces that I haven't seen movement in. One of them, for example, was DITRA.
So just to try to connect it up, then your concern is by having sort of the sort of central authority for this mission be over at HHS, it's already a hard enough job to kind of get everybody marshaled and moving the same direction within DOD, even harder if the authority's outside of DOD. Is that your point?
Yes, and under President Obama, we did this where we tried to do it with each individual organization was reporting to the national security staff, who was reporting to OMB, and the OMB examiners were assisting in moving the budgets into kind of alignment. And even with that centralization, we still had difficulty in moving it and sustaining it over a long period of time. And consequently, I'd say after about 2.5, 3 years, I don't think the effort continued to progress the way that it had been envisioned when it was laid out.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Lisa?
Thank you, Governor. Two questions, really. One, and to you, Dr. Gerstein, you identified what you, I think, called a shortfall in the ways and means for the strategy. Do you have a prescription for how to fix that or rectify that shortfall?
Well, I think this comes down to planning. And it really gets back to developing doctrine, doing the planning, running the exercises, doing after-action reviews, and once you've done the after-action review, you go back and fix your doctrine, you do new planning, and you make sure that you've got this cycle that is continuously moving, and then you apply resources at the proper moments to ensure that you are getting to where you want to be on this. We also have to have a conception of the threat. We can't be prepared to evacuate 25,000 Ebola patients, I don't think. But on the other hand, what is the number? And I'm not sure anybody has put a target on the wall and said, this is it. It's certainly more than one at a time in one aircraft in a sealed container. So there has to be some general agreement on what we're trying to accomplish at a more granular level.
I think I was more focused on the implementation of the strategy broadly. You talked with Ken about your concern about HHS centralization. Do you, in a perfect world, in your view, how would this command and control work?
Well, I'm quite fond of what the organization here came up with, which is, that you have a central authority such as the Vice President who is able to coordinate cabinet agencies and direct resources in ways that are, I think, fairly powerful. When you leave it to the decentralized structure, things tend to fall apart. And without having major leadership applied at each and every meeting all the time, I think we're going to continue to see the same thing that happened, HSPD 10, PPD 2, and the Trump administration biodefense strategy. And that's not a criticism of anybody. It's just to say human nature and organizational dynamics combine to create difficult situations in the long term.
Okay. One more question on, you highlighted the need for, and I think you put it in one of your recommendations, is for the development and approval of doctrine. And you've emphasized a few times, I think both of you have emphasized the need for doctrine. Do you have, I guess my question is twofold. Do you have particular priorities that you would highlight for us in terms of that doctrine? And two, what are the main impediments to currently getting that doctrine approved?
When you ask that question, is that from the standpoint of, for the Department of Defense?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, for the Department of Defense, I like the idea that they've got this unity of effort going, and I would encourage the unity of effort to come out with priorities and have a planning process, and maybe they do have this, under which they're developing the priorities, coming to a common understanding of what they're trying to achieve, and then working through the doctrine, the planning, the exercises, and then coming back and AARs, after action reviews, and recycling that. So I think that, that would be the way. I think they've already, sounds like they have a mechanism if they could decide on those priorities.
I have an additional thought. I think the main reason that the doctrine is lacking is we don't know what to do, so we can't write it up. So the Army doctrine for mass casualty management literally says the hospital commander will do his best to cope with the situation, which is hardly useful when you're the hospital commander in question. So I think we first have to develop the ideas, perhaps from exercises, and then capture them, test them, and then document them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Governor. Well, I will say that, as you predicted at the outset, this has been a sobering panel of witnesses, but appropriately so, and so. I want to focus in on one program which the panel has been concerned about, which is BioWatch. And I believe, Ms. Schneller, you've had some to do with that. So first, I guess I'd ask you, do you agree with our conclusion that the current BioWatch program, intended to state it simply, alert us to a biological attack in the air, is inadequate to the task?
My last exposure directly with the BioWatch program was in 2007, so certainly at that time I would agree with that statement. But not just because of any limitations to the detectors and the CONOPS and the latency of 36 hours, which sort of defeats the purpose, but also the issue that even when they were exercising discovery of an alert, the public health people refused to make any large-scale decisions until they saw actual cases. And since the need to provide prophylaxis, at least in the case of anthrax, requires that you release the prophylaxis as soon as possible, I'm not sure of the value of a detection system if you're not willing to act on it.
Do you or Dr. Gerstein know anything about the efforts that were described earlier here today where DOD is working with DHS on improving BioWatch, perhaps transferring some of the technologies that DOD has developed to BioWatch?
So, I mean, BioWatch is an interesting and a long, tortured story. I mean, part of it is that it was deployed very quickly, operational need. There were some issues known at the time. It was considered to be, operational necessity, but also it does have a deterrence value. And so we try not to tell people exactly what we're sensing and how we're sensing it. There are certainly issues with respect to the ability to detect pathogens, and there are limits with the numbers, and even strains can be problematic. Having said all that, we tried, the department tried to field what we call BioWatch Gen 3. And you may recall, I think Dr. O'Toole, my former boss at DHS, was not a great supporter of it. I am with her on that. In fact, Secretary Johnson, Secretary Brensfield, the former Office of Health Affairs, and myself, we wound up having to kill Gen 3 because the S&T wasn't there. We were trying to do things that we couldn't do. In addition, the CONOPS are problematic. Indoor sampling, you can actually deal with the Gen 3, or you could have even Gen 1, because you're getting recirculating air, you get many shots at it. But the problem has always been that if you don't place it exactly right in the environment, then you're not going to be able to capture the primary aerosol, which is what you're looking for to get that detection. And then, of course, the problem with up to 36 hours. I am familiar with some of the DoD work. Actually, at one point, DoD, I think, was waiting on DHS and the Gen 3. That didn't come to fruition, so DoD picked up the mantle. I've talked to some people up at the JPEO who are working on it, the Joint Program Executive Office, and you know they are confident that they are making progress. And as was said, there are some systems that have been given to DHS to do some testing on.
Okay, so something's happening, but you're not sure how effective it is yet.
I wouldn't want to comment. I think everybody's
No,
waiting
no.
to see the
Right.
results of the
Yeah.
test.
Okay, fair enough. Let me go, I don't know, I was going to say 30,000 feet up, but it's really global. What relevance does the biological and toxin weapons convention have to all of this that we've been talking about this afternoon? I know you've had some experience with it, Dr. Gerst.
Yeah, so I actually had a talking point in my notes, and then I took it out because
All right, so put it
anyway.
back in.
Okay,
You're
so
ready.
the BWC is an important forum. It's an arms control forum, first ever to get rid of an entire class of weapons. The problem has always been that there is no verification regime associated with it, and the U.S., quite frankly, has not been a strong supporter of the BWC. Because of the verification issues, we've actually blocked some of the attempts to introduce verification. We almost saw the entire treaty come off the rails in 2001 when the U.S. walked out, came back in 2000 and sort of re-energized. It's been perking along, but you know, now in December we held a meeting of states parties, and it didn't go very well. I mean, they were arguing over little things like the finances associated with a 3-person implementation support unit and whether or not they would fund. I mean, it was literally a couple $100,000 difference, and they discussed this for a matter of 3 to 5 days or whatever the meeting of states party length was, and we didn't get much done. So I worry that, you know, I think it's important to stay in the treaty. I wouldn't want to see us leave,
Right.
like, you know, with the INF. But I worry that, you know, we're not necessarily maximizing what we could do.
Yeah.
So one example is when I was still in government, and actually transitioning from OSD policy into DHS, we asked 10 ambassadors from the BWC. It was a sponsored meeting. They came to my facility, the NBAC, BSL-4, highest containment level, one of the newest facilities, and it was a confidence-building measure. And we let them walk in the facility, and they couldn't go into the rooms because obviously, you know, they have to be decontaminated. But it was a tremendous opportunity, and the people left uniformly saying, wow, we had no idea the type of work you were doing to try to protect populations. So while I recognize that a verification regime in a traditional sense would be incredibly difficult, I do think that there are some greater confidence-building measures which could be put in place, which could give new life to the treaty. I'm not sure that's in the cards, though.
No, I hear you. So it's really a fascinating, important story, because you said there was sort of good news here in the sense that the Biological Weapons and Toxins Convention actually banned one kind of weapon of mass destruction. But it doesn't have adequate verification. And if I hear you correctly, that's not because people were just playing a game, we're going to ban it, but we're not going to verify it. But it's very hard to verify.
It's incredibly difficult because any place that has biological equipment, biotechnology, it could be a room a quarter of this size, and you could actually have a pretty formidable capability to develop a biological weapon. But what we were showing them was our medical countermeasures and how we were doing development. Here's the thing with the BWC. You know, in the 1970s, when it entered into force, there were some 20 to 25 nations that we had concerns about with respect to biological weapons And so today, I don't want to get too far into the details, but I mean, we're now talking about sort of on one hand, the number of nations that we feel we have difficulties with.
Not including us, of course. We've stopped making offensive weapons.
And some of this is just we're not sure about behaviors.
Right.
And again, to talk more about that, we should go offline. But, what I would say is that it has been effective as a norm. And to date, we have not seen the use, which if you juxtapose that against what you see in chemical, you are actually seeing use on a battle space, which is very concerning.
Right.
That we have terrorists, we have nation states, we have the full panoply of activities that are pretty frightening about, lowering of the threshold.
So since it's interesting that you said it's down from 20 some odd to 5 or some number lower than 10. We've had testimony today. We know Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and potentially nation states, but not us. A long time ago, President Nixon, as I recall, banned offensive biological weapons. So I was just a very young boy at the time, but I read that in the history books. But so isn't it in our interest, or is it not worth the money because of the technological difficulty to invest in means of verification of the convention?
Part of the reason that the U.S. was so vehemently against it was we had these visions that people would be traipsing through vaccine manufacturing plants. And, by going in, if you had certain techniques, you might actually be able to get surreptitiously samples, which you could then reverse engineer. So that it was looked upon as perhaps leading to the same kind of thing that's going on a little bit with computers, IT, and software chips. So we were very concerned about that being industrial espionage, and with good reason. But it would be nice to see a way to stop short of a total verification in the traditional sense, but have the ability to do confidence building measures that were more meaningful. What we're doing now is we're exchanging, once a year we do an annual exchange. Our U.S. annual exchange is like 270 pages. The one year, a large nation, I won't tell you which nation, actually turned in one that was 3 pages long, which is ridiculous given, the level of biological engagement they are doing.
Thank you. Learned a lot.
Colleagues? Dr. Parker?
I do, yes. Again, thank you for your presentations. And, one comment, Deb, it's really sad when you think about the tradition and the contribution of military medicine to infectious diseases over the years, going back even before 1918 and so forth. So it's kind of a sad state of affairs that I hope can be addressed. And I think your recommendation on global health security and DoD engagement in global health security it has some merit and needs to be unpacked a little bit. Dan, I have kind of a question, and maybe a scenario-based question. You spoke a little bit about forensics, biosurveillance center. We have a bio-incident in one of our deployed areas, be it the Korean Peninsula, be it the Middle East. Are the mechanisms in place so that we can detect something rapidly, know whether it's natural, intentional? What are the decision-making processes in place? Are they there to do the forensics and attribution, if it's natural, intentional?
So it's a very complex question. It depends on the theater, and it depends on the pathogen. If we were to see, some sort of, if you see a smallpox, you see smallpox out there, you pretty well have a feeling that, this is not natural. It doesn't exist in the wild, so somebody must have done it. In a particular scenario that we did for the study that I led, we used Q fever, which gives about a 3 to 4 week fever, and it somewhat incapacitates. It reduces your abilities. It's normally not lethal, although it's got some degree. Periodically, you'll find some people who expire from the disease. But so I think it really depends on if we have systems in place. There are more systems in place trying to deal with this on the Korean Peninsula than, say, some sort of caserne or airfield in what was formerly Eastern Europe. I mean, we're not monitoring everything with the same degree of capacity.
Is it decision-making processes in place?
No. In fact, I would just say that, the commanders and the staffs I talked to would, their notion was, no, we're just going to push right through it. And, you say, well, wait a second. If you push right through it, you could infect the rest of your force rather than if you did some sort of hasty decontamination and then made sure that, where you were operating with people who were not in the full Mach 4 protective overgarments that, they were protected. So, yeah, it's a problem. It's also, one other thing, it's a very technical problem, too. Running forensics is a very difficult, it's very challenging to actually do the forensics and then with certainty establish, unless you have the smallpox issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes one of the best sessions we've had. First of all, I want to thank all of you who have enough interest in this subject matter to attend. I see many of you attend on a regular basis, and we certainly appreciate your interest, and hope it continues to be as important to you as it is to us. And the final panel, Dan and Deborah, terrific. You added a lot. This panel is interested in different perspectives. That's what we needed to hear, and while you applauded the unity of effort, I think there's unanimous agreement. We still have a long way to go, but at least we're moving in the right direction, and the kind of candid testimony that you offer, we'll keep pushing it in that direction as well. So thanks to each and every one of you until we see you again next meeting. Thank you again.
I would say in that scenario, some of